Hello, dear friends. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your evening here with us. We truly appreciate your presence as we embark on another enchanting bedtime story. Let the soothing sounds of this video help you unwind and relax. As you listen, allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds filled with wonder. We wish you a peaceful night and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Sweet dreams. Story 1. The attic was a kingdom of dust and quiet, a place where forgotten things went to dream. It smelled of cedar and old paper, with slants of afternoon light painting golden stripes across the floorboards. A boy named Leo, who was small for his age and had a heart that listened more than it spoke, was exploring this quiet kingdom while a soft summer rain pattered on the roof above. He wasn't looking for anything in particular. He was simply being, which is often when the most interesting things decide to be found. His fingers trailed over a steamer trunk crusted with travel stickers from places like Verdant Glade and Starlight Spire. With a gentle creak of protest, he lifted the lid. Inside, nestled between a moth-eaten wool sweater and a stack of yellowed letters tied with a faded blue ribbon, was a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate. It was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, smooth and worn from countless openings and closings. Carved into its lid was a simple, spiraling path that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. Leo lifted the lid. There was no velvet lining, no flash of light. Inside, resting on a bed of plain wood, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was made of what looked like mother-of-pearl, shimmering with soft colors. The needle was not of magnetized steel, but of a dark, polished wood, and it didn't point north. It quivered, spinning in a slow, lazy circle before settling, not on a letter, but on a tiny, carved symbol of an owl. As Leo's small hand closed around the compass, its wood warm against his palm, a voice, dry and rustling like pages turning, spoke from the shadows near the dormer window. "A seeker I see. It has been a long time since the whispering compass chose a new keeper." Leo turned, his heart a quiet drum in his chest. Perched on a stack of old encyclopedias was a great horned owl. His feathers were the color of tree bark in twilight, and his vast, knowing eyes regarded Leo with a calm, ancient kindness. "My name is Alistair," the owl said, blinking slowly. "I am a cartographer of quiet places. The compass you hold does not point to north or south. It points toward what is needed. It seems you are needed, little seeker." Leo, who found words often got tangled on their way out, simply held up the compass. The wooden needle had begun to spin again, finally settling on a new symbol, a tiny, delicately carved key. "Ah," Alistair murmured, his voice a soft hoot. "The locked garden, a place of great sorrow. Its heart has been closed for many turnings of the moon. The key was lost. The compass believes you can't help find it." And so, without ever leaving the cozy, rain-drummed attic, Leo's journey began. Alistair fluttered down to land on his shoulder, a comforting, feathery weight. "The path the compass shows is not one for feet, but for spirit," the owl explained. "Close your eyes, feel the warmth of the wood, listen to the whisper of the needle." Leo did as he was told. The pattering rain faded, replaced by the sound of leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The scent of cedar transformed into the rich, damp perfume of earth and growing things. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the attic. He stood at the edge of a forest glade at twilight. Fireflies bobbed in the air like lost stars, and the moss beneath his bare feet was cool and soft. A lantern hanging from a low-hanging branch cast a warm, golden circle of light. Alistair was still on his shoulder. "This is the Whispering Woods," Alistair said. "The path to the locked garden lies through it, but we will need a guide. The woods have a way of rearranging themselves for those who are unfamiliar." No sooner had he spoken than there was a frantic chattering from the branches above. A squirrel, her fur a vibrant splash of red, zipped down the trunk of a great oak, her tail twitching with boundless energy. A seeker with the compass. Oh, and Alistair, hello, hello, my name is Pip, I can guide you, I know every route, every branch, every hidden shortcut. Well, most of them. Sometimes I forget the third turning past the waterfall, but that's okay because there's a lovely patch of sun-warmed rocks there for a nap, which reminds me, are you hungry? I have acorns, very good acorns, stored them myself last autumn, though I can't quite remember which hollow tree. Pip talked in a breathless, cheerful torrent, her words tumbling over one another. She was a whirlwind of motion and information, and Leo found a smile touching his lips for the first time. With Pip leaping from branch to branch ahead of them, pointing out the rock that looks like a grumpy badger and the stream that sings a lullaby at night, they began their walk. The forest was a symphony of soft sounds, the gentle woof of Alistair's wings as he occasionally flew ahead to scout, the pat-pat-pat of Pip's tiny feet on the bark, the distant chime of what sounded like wind bells. It felt safe, a cozy blanket of a world wrapped around them. After a time, the path led them to a large, rounded door set into the side of a grassy hill. Vines heavy with glowing, bell-shaped flowers curled around its frame, illuminating a brass knocker shaped like a sleeping fox. This is the warren of remembering, Alistair said softly. The librarian here may have a record of the lost key. Pip, with a dramatic flourish, tapped the knocker. The sound was a deep, resonant thump that seemed to be swallowed by the earth. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing a tunnel that sloped down into a warm, golden light. Inside was the most magnificent library Leo had ever imagined. It was not a library of shelves and books, but of roots and earth. The walls were woven tree roots, and in their nooks and crannies, glowing mushrooms of every color pulsed with a gentle light. Scrolls of bark and pressed leaves were carefully stored within, and the air smelled of old knowledge and sweet, damp soil. At a large desk made from a polished stump sat a very old, very round badger, peering through a pair of spectacles balanced on the end of his nose. What's that, a visitor?" the badger mumbled, looking up from a scroll of birch bark. "Oh, Alistair and Pip, my dear, you're chattering enough to wake the worms. And who is this quiet one?" "This is Leo Barnaby," Alistair said, gliding to a perch on the desk. "The compass has brought him. We seek the key to the locked garden." Barnaby's face fell, his whiskers drooping. "Ah, the garden, a sad business. The warden of the garden, a lovely fellow, lost his song, and when his song faded, the key simply vanished. The garden locked itself away in its grief." He sighed, a sound like wind through dry grass. "Now, let me see the key, the key." He began rummaging through piles of scrolls, muttering to himself. Was it filed under K for key, or G for garden, or perhaps L for lost? I do tend to forget. Leo, who had been quietly watching, noticed something. A single pure white feather was stuck to the badger's shoulder. He reached out, his movements slow and gentle, and plucked it free. He held it out to Barnaby. The badger stopped his frantic searching. He looked at the feather, then at Leo's quiet, kind eyes. A memory seemed to clear in his own. Oh, yes, the warden. He wasn't a man, you see, he was a swan. A magnificent white swan whose song was more beautiful than a mountain stream. That's it. The key wasn't a thing of metal. It was his song. He has forgotten how to sing. The compass in Leo's hand suddenly grew warm. The wooden needle spun and settled on a new symbol, a single, elegant feather. "He is at the Lake of Sighs," Barnaby said, his voice sure now. "Thank you, young seeker. Your quiet eyes see what our noisy minds overlook." They left the cozy, glowing burrow and followed the compass's new direction. The path sloped downwards, the air growing cooler and carrying the faint, sad scent of still water. Soon they arrived at the shore of a lake so calm it looked like a sheet of dark glass. The moon, pale and thin, reflected perfectly on its surface. And there on a small, stony island in the lake's center sat a swan. His feathers, which should have been dazzling white, seemed dull and gray. His head was bowed, and the air around him hummed with a profound and silent sorrow. "How do we reach him?" Pip whispered, her usual chatter stilled by the palpable sadness. "We cannot cross the water," Alistair said. "It is a lake of grief. It would swallow any boat." Leo stood at the water's edge, the compass warm in his hand. He thought about the locked garden, closed off and lonely. He thought about the swan who had lost his music. He understood, in the way quiet children often do, that you couldn't force a song to return. You had to invite it. He didn't speak. Instead, he sat down on the soft grass, cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to hum. It wasn't a fancy tune or a loud song. It was the simple, gentle melody his mother hummed when she tucked him in at night, a tune of safety and love. It was a small sound, a fragile boat on that vast lake of silence. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, a soft rustling came from the reeds. A fox, her coat the color of autumn leaves, emerged. She had been listening. She padded over silently and sat beside Leo, adding her own low, soft whine to his hum, a harmony of comfort. A moment later, a family of rabbits hopped from their burrow and joined, their quiet sniffing and shuffling becoming a gentle rhythm. Pip, perched on a branch, began to chatter in a soft, melodic pattern, like a tiny drum. Alistair, from his perch, added a deep, resonant hoot that floated over the water like a benediction. They weren't performing a song for the swan. They were simply offering their own small, imperfect sounds, weaving a blanket of companionship and understanding across the water. On his island, the swan lifted his head. He heard it. Not a demand for his beautiful song, but an offering of their own. He heard the friendship in the chatter, the comfort in the hum, the wisdom in the hoot. He saw that he was not alone in his silence. Slowly, hesitantly, he stretched his long neck. He opened his beak, and a single, clear note drifted out. It was shaky, like the first drop of rain after a long drought. Then another note followed, and another. They wove together, tentative at first, then growing stronger, until the most beautiful song Leo had ever heard was spilling over the lake. It was a song of remembered joy, of sorrow acknowledged, of a heart unlocking. As the song reached its peak, something shimmered into being in the air before the swan. It was not a metal key, but a key made of pure, solidified light, shaped like a musical note. The swan bowed his head to Leo in gratitude, then took the key of light in his beak. He touched it to the air itself. A sound, not of a lock turning, but of 1,000 buds unfurling at once, filled the world. The air shimmered, and where there had been empty shore, a magnificent, wrought-iron gate now stood, swinging open. Beyond it, Leo could see the locked garden. It was bursting with color and life, roses of impossible blue, trees heavy with glowing fruit, and fountains that sprayed liquid starlight. The scent of jasmine and ripe peaches washed over them. The journey was over. The challenge had been met not with force, but with patience, with listening, and with the simple, courageous act of offering a small piece of one's own heart. The compass in Leo's hand grew cool. The world of whispering woods and glowing lakes began to fade, the colors softening, the sounds growing distant. The last thing he saw was the swan, now glowing with a brilliant white light, swimming gracefully into his restored garden, his song now a permanent, joyful part of it. Leo blinked. He was back in the attic. The rain had stopped, and the last of the sunset was painting the sky in hues of orange and violet. The wooden box was on his lap, the whispering compass inside it, its mother-of-pearl face now dull and quiet. Alistair was gone. Pip and Barnaby and the fox were gone. But the memory of their voices, the feeling of the soft moss, and the echo of the swan's song were wrapped around his heart, a cozy secret. He placed the compass back in the box and closed the lid. He knew he could return whenever he was needed, or whenever he simply needed to remember that even the quietest voice and the smallest act of kindness could unlock the most extraordinary worlds. He crept down from the attic, the floorboards creaking a gentle goodbye, and went to bed, where he dreamed of glowing burrows, chatty squirrels, and a song that made gardens grow. And outside his window, if one listened very closely, one might just hear the soft, distant hoot of an owl, keeping watch over all the gentle seekers in the world. Story 2. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, where moonbeams slipped like silver threads between the branches of towering pines and ancient oaks, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was the realm of the Whispering Woods, a place where the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient magic, and where the creatures of the night moved with a gentle purpose known only to themselves. On the edge of this forest, in a small cottage with a mossy roof, lived a quiet child named Rowan. Rowan had always felt a pull towards the woods, especially at night. While other children were tucked safely in their beds, Rowan would lie awake, listening to the soft hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the distant, melodic babble of the Starfall stream. These were not just noises to Rowan, they were a language, a whispering song that spoke of secrets and slumber and starlit dreams. One evening, as an unusually brilliant full moon cast the world in a soft, blue-white glow, Rowan felt the pull stronger than ever. Slipping from bed and wrapping a thick woolen shawl around their shoulders, they crept to the back door and stepped out into the cool night air. The path into the woods was dappled with moonlight, and the soft earth underfoot was carpeted with fallen pine needles and velvety moss. They hadn't walked far when a soft voice, like the rustle of old parchment, spoke from above. "The moon is a curious friend tonight, is she not?" Rowan looked up into the gnarled branches of a great oak tree. There, perched on a limb draped in silvery lichen, was a large tawny owl. His eyes were not fierce, but held a deep, golden kindness, and his feathers were the color of tree bark and twilight. "She is," Rowan replied, their voice a whisper. "She called me here." "Ah," the owl said, blinking slowly. "She calls many of us. I am Alistair. It is not often a human child understands the language of the moonlight." Alistair gracefully swooped down to land on a moss-covered stone beside the path. "The woods are restless tonight. The balance is slightly askew. The starlight blossoms, which only bloom once a season under the full moon, have not opened. Their light is needed to recharge the heart of the forest, a great, luminous crystal hidden in the moss-glow grotto. Without their soft glow, the magic of the woods will begin to fade into a deeper, permanent slumber." Rowan's heart beat a little faster, not with fear, but with a sense of purpose. "Can I help?" Alistair tilted his head. "Perhaps your heart is quiet and listens well. That is a rare gift. The journey to the moss-glow grotto is not long, but the way is known only to those who can understand the signs. You must listen to the forest itself. The trees will guide your feet, the streams will whisper the direction, and the stones will mark the path. I will fly above, a silent companion, but the way you must find yourself." And so, Rowan's journey began. The path soon faded into a tangle of roots and ferns, but as Alistair had said, the forest began to speak. A slender birch tree shivered its leaves, pointing a cluster of silvery branches to the left. Rowan followed. They walked deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and smelled of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The sound of gentle rainfall pattered on the canopy high above, though not a drop touched the forest floor. It was the sound of 1,000 leaves drinking in the night's moisture, a soft, percussive whisper that was deeply soothing. Soon they came to a babbling brook that sparkled as if filled with liquid starlight. This was the Starfall stream. Rowan knelt beside it, dipping their fingers into the cool, clear water. The stream didn't just babble, it seemed to form words, a gentle, looping song. Follow my flow where the fireflies go over the stones to the ancient bones. Trusting the water's song, Rowan walked alongside the stream. As they did, tiny lights began to flicker around them. Fireflies, their abdomens glowing with a soft, greenish-yellow light, emerged from the ferns, dancing in the air like living stars. They wove patterns around Rowan, lighting the way forward with their gentle, pulsating glow. In a small clearing, they found a hedgehog meticulously organizing a pile of fallen leaves. He had a kind, whiskered face and eyes that sparkled with quiet intelligence. "Good evening, little traveler," the hedgehog said in a voice that was surprisingly melodious. "The night is full of wonders, but also of small puzzles. I am Thistle." "The stream told me to follow the fireflies," Rowan explained. "Wise advice," Thistle said, nodding his prickly head. "But be mindful of the slumbering stones up ahead. They dream so deeply that they sometimes forget to show the way. You must remind them with a gentle touch." Rowan thanked Thistle and continued, the fireflies their ever-present guides. Soon the path was dotted with large, smooth stones, half buried in the moss. They seemed to hum with a deep, vibrational slumber. Remembering Thistle's advice, Rowan gently placed a hand on each one as they passed. At their touch, the stones would give a soft, warm pulse in a faint, phosphorescent symbol. A spiral or a star would glow on their surface for a moment before fading, confirming the direction. The forest began to change. The trees grew thicker, their trunks ancient and twisted, draped in curtains of glowing moss that emitted a faint, ethereal green light. This was the luminescent lane. Here the fireflies were joined by moths with wings dusted in what looked like powdered moonlight, and mushrooms of every size and shape pulsed with a soft, blue and green bioluminescence, turning the forest floor into a reflection of the starry sky above. It was here that they met a fox with a coat, the color of autumn leaves and eyes of melted amber. She trotted out from behind a large, glowing mushroom, her movements fluid and silent. "The grotto is close," she said, her voice a warm, husky whisper. "I am Fern, the final guardian is not a beast, but a veil of forgetting, a mist that clouds the mind and makes you forget why you came. The magic of the woods tests the heart, not the strength. Remember the feeling that brought you here, the pull of the moon, the whisper of the trees, the desire to help. Hold on to that feeling, and the mist cannot hold you." Fern trotted alongside Rowan for a short way, her bushy tail brushing reassuringly against their leg, before melting back into the shadows of the glowing forest. Just as Fern had warned, a soft, silver mist began to curl around the trees ahead, thickening until it formed a shimmering wall. As Rowan stepped into it, a sudden drowsiness washed over them. Why were they in the woods? It was night, they should be in bed. The path behind them looked so inviting, leading back to warmth and safety. But then they remembered Alistair's kind eyes, the song of the starfall stream, Thistle's helpful advice, and the glowing trail of the fireflies. They remembered the feeling, a deep, resonant need to see the forest thrive, to help it renew its magic. They held that feeling in their heart like a small, bright flame. The mist seemed to shiver, and then it parted before them, revealing a narrow entrance in a rock face, curtained by weeping willow branches that dripped with glowing dewdrops. Pushing the branches aside, Rowan stepped into the moss-glow grotto. It took their breath away. The grotto was a vast, domed cavern, open to the sky in the center, allowing the full moon to pour its light directly onto a still, black pool in the center. The walls of the cavern were covered in the most brilliant, pulsating mosses, which cast the entire space in a shifting, dreamlike radiance of green, blue, and silver. In the center of the pool, on a small island of smooth rock, grew a cluster of plants with tightly closed buds. These were the starlight blossoms, and they remained dark. Sitting on the edge of the pool, his reflection perfectly captured in the mirror-still water, was a magnificent stag. His antlers were not like ordinary antlers. They were like ancient, bare branches from which tiny, glowing lichen and crystals hung, shimmering with their own inner light. He was the venerable stag, the elder of the woods. He turned his great head, and his eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 seasons. "You have come," he said, his voice the sound of wind moving through a deep, peaceful valley. "You have listened to the trees, trusted the water, learned from the small and the swift, and passed through the veil with a pure intention. This is well." "But the blossoms," Rowan said, worried. "They haven't opened." The stag lowered his head gently. "They are waiting. The crystal in the pool needs a new memory, a fresh spark of selfless kindness to catalyze the bloom. The forest gives its magic freely, but it must also receive it in return. Your journey, your willingness to help without thought for yourself is that spark. Place your hand in the water, child. Share your memory of this night." Rowan knelt at the water's edge and, without hesitation, plunged their hand into the cool, dark pool. They thought of the beauty they had seen, the firefly dances, the glowing moths, the whispering stream, the kind faces of every creature they had met. They focused on the feeling of love and protection that swelled in their chest for this magical, slumbering world. A soft, golden light began to emanate from their fingertips, swirling out into the water like liquid honey. It sank deep down to the heart of the pool, where a large, clear crystal lay. The crystal absorbed the light and began to pulse, beating like a gentle heart. A beam of soft, golden light shot up from the crystal, through the water, and touched the closed buds of the starlight blossoms. One by one, they began to unfurl. Their petals were the color of moonlight on fresh snow, and from their centers emanated a soft, silvery white luminescence that filled the grotto with a light so pure and peaceful it felt like a physical embrace. The light pulsed in time with the crystal, and the glowing moss on the walls brightened in response. The magic of the woods had been renewed. From the entrance of the grotto, Alistair gave a soft, approving hoot. Fern the fox peered in, her amber eyes gleaming with satisfaction, and Thistle the hedgehog could be seen peeking from behind a rock, his nose twitching with joy. The great stag nodded. "The balance is restored, thank you, little one. The forest will remember." As the blossoms continued to glow, Rowan felt a wave of peaceful exhaustion wash over them. The journey back was a blur of gentle guidance. The glowing stones now shone brightly, the stream sang a lullaby, and the fireflies formed a glowing escort all the way to the edge of the woods, where the first hints of dawn were painting the sky with watercolor hues of pink and gold. Rowan slipped back into the cottage and into bed just as the sun began to rise. As they drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, the last sounds they heard were the comforting, familiar ones from the woods, the final hoot of an owl, the chirping of waking crickets, and the soft sigh of the wind through the pines, a whispered thank you from the ancient forest now restored to its full, gentle magic. And they knew in that place deep inside where true knowing lives, that they were forever a friend of the whispering woods, a keeper of its moonlit secrets, and a listener to its eternal, soothing song. Story 3. In the quiet valley of Stillwater, where the river whispered secrets to the stones and the forest hummed ancient lullabies, there nestled a village where humans and animals lived in gentle harmony. The cottages had low doorways for badgers and high windows for swallows. The gardens grew berries for bears and herbs for grandmothers, and every evening the clock tower would chime 7 times as the sky deepened to violet. It was a place where mysteries were not things to be feared, but rather puzzles to be solved together, like finding the last piece of a favorite jigsaw on a rainy afternoon. The mystery began on an evening when the air smelled of damp earth and blooming jasmine. A young baker named Rowan was closing up her shop, brushing flour from her apron, when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Stillwater, usually so bright and constant, seemed to be fading one by one like embers cooling in a hearth. Not disappearing entirely, but dimming, as though veiled by the gentlest of silken clouds. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft chatter. Old Mr. Hemlock, who tended the clock tower, said the gears had chimed 8 times at 7 o'clock. The sparrows reported that the creek behind the mill was flowing uphill, just for a moment, carrying maple leaves backward toward the mountain. And the badger cubs, who loved to nap in the sunbeams near the old stone bridge, claimed the wildflowers had changed overnight from gold to silver, as if touched by starlight. No one was frightened, but a quiet curiosity settled over Stillwater. Rowan, whose kind eyes missed little and whose heart listened deeply, decided to investigate. She packed a basket with honey cakes and a flask of lavender tea, slipped on her worn walking boots, and stepped into the dewy morning. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope near the town square. When the clock strikes twice at the evening hour, and the river runs toward the mountain tower, find the feather that points the way, where the silver petals lay. Rowan hummed the tune as she walked toward the woods, the crunch of pine needles underfoot a comforting rhythm. She noticed a trail of delicate paw prints, too small for a fox, too large for a squirrel, leading off the main path. Following them, she discovered a hidden burrow behind a cascading willow, its entrance woven with ivy and morning glories. Inside, she found not an answer, but a delight. A family of field mice had woven a tapestry from forgotten letters they'd found in a hollow oak, each thread a sentence from a love note or a recipe for rosehip jam. They offered her a spool of silver thread, which she accepted with a grateful smile. The next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. It showed the forest not as it was now, but as it had been 100 years prior, with a grove named the Whispering Glade, marked by a cluster of stars. Rowan traced the faded ink with her fingertip, then set off toward the northeast, where the trees grew thick and the air smelled of cedar and secrets. As she walked, she listened. The wind chimes hanging from the cottage eaves played a melody that seemed to slow and quicken without reason. An owl hooted softly from a high branch, its call echoing like a question. Rowan paused beside a brook where the water sometimes hesitated, swirling in place before continuing its journey downstream. She dipped her fingers into the cool current and felt a faint tremor, as if time itself had stuttered. A red herring, or perhaps a happy accident, led her to a sun-dappled clearing where every flower was a different color than it should have been. Blue daisies, crimson ferns, violets the shade of sunshine. In the center stood a stone bench, and tucked beneath it was a forgotten nest holding 3 iridescent eggs, warm to the touch. A pair of warblers fluttered down, chirping that these were their great-grandmother's eggs, left behind when the family moved to a new grove generations ago. They didn't know why the stars were dimming, but they sang Rowan a song about the moon's tears and the patience of roots. That evening, as the clock tower chimed a wobbly 9 instead of 8, Rowan sat on a mossy log near the edge of the woods, sharing a honey cake with a thoughtful badger. "The animals remember what humans forget," the badger said, crumbs dotting his whiskers. "We remember the stories the wind tells the leaves. We remember the patterns in the feathers of the first jay and the shape of the constellations when the world was new." Rowan looked up. The stars were dimmer still, their light soft as dust motes in a sunbeam. And then she saw it, a pattern. The few bright stars that remained formed the shape of a feather, just like the one in the nursery rhyme. And that feather pointed toward the highest hill in Stillwater, where an ancient oak stood guard. She climbed the hill as the moon rose, its light pale and kind. At the base of the great oak she found a single luminous feather, long and silver, like moonlight woven into silk. And there, nestled among the roots, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her palm. It was a young starling, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its feathers shimmered with captured starlight, and its eyes held the deep blue of the twilight sky. It was shivering, and with each tremble, the stars above flickered in sympathy. Rowan understood. This was no ordinary bird. It was a memory keeper, a creature born when the first stories were told, tasked with holding the light of shared tales. But it was lonely, and its light was fading, because no one had listened to its stories in a very long time. She knelt, her voice soft as thistledown. "You've been trying to remind us," she whispered. "The backward-flowing water, the color-changing flowers, the double chimes, you were trying to tell us you were here." The starling blinked, and a single tear, bright as a diamond, rolled down its cheek. It chirped a series of notes that sounded like rain on a tin roof and bells in a distant tower. Rowan didn't need to speak its language to understand. The bird had been calling out, using the only magic it had to get their attention. Gently she cupped the starling in her hands and carried it back to the village square. Word spread as it does in Stillwater, on the wings of finches and the whispers of the breeze. The humans emerged from their cottages, carrying lanterns and blankets. The animals came too, foxes and rabbits, owls and hedgehogs, deer and mice, all gathering in a wide circle under the dimming stars. Rowan placed the starling on the old wooden podium in the center of the square. "It's lonely," she explained to the gathered community. "Its light fades when the stories are forgotten." And so they began to share. Mr. Hemlock told the tale of the clock tower's first chime. A mother fox recounted the story of the great snowfall that blanketed the valley when her grandmother was a kid. The badgers spoke of the underground rivers that sang in voices only they could hear. The children shared their dreams, full of flying and feasts and friendly dragons. Rowan told the story of the day she baked her first loaf of bread, and how the entire village had shared it with butter and laughter. With each story, the starling's feathers grew brighter. Its trembles ceased, and it puffed out its chest, its beak opening in a silent, radiant song. Above them, the stars began to glow again, first one, then another, until the entire sky was ablaze with gentle, shimmering light, brighter than it had been in 100 years. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happenings had been a call for connection, a reminder that stories are the threads that weave their world together. The starling, now glowing like a miniature constellation, hopped onto Rowan's shoulder, its warmth a comfort against her cheek. From that night on, once a month, the entire village, human and animal alike, would gather under the stars to share stories. The clock tower chimed true, the creek flowed steadily toward the sea, and the flowers bloomed in their proper colors, but everyone remembered the time the stars almost went out, and how they were relit by the simple, profound power of listening and sharing. And as the villagers returned to their homes, the sounds of the night wrapped around them, the soft hoot of the owl, the gentle rustle of the wind in the chimes, the distant sigh of the waves on the shore, and the contented chirp of a starling, now never alone, nestled in the eaves of the bakery, dreaming of the next story to be told. Story 4. In the velvet expanse where star systems drift like dandelion seeds, there was a small, hidden corner of the cosmos known as the Whispering Nebula. It was a place of gentle light and softer shadows, where cosmic dust painted the void in hues of lavender and silver. And there, tucked within a curling arm of glowing gas, floated the Starlight Sanctuary, a haven for wayfarers of all kinds, a place built not of cold metal and wires, but of living crystal that hummed with a soft, inner warmth. Its keeper was a creature named Kalen, a star fox from the world of Sylvaner. His fur was the color of a twilight sky, dusted with tiny, star-like freckles that glimmered when he was happy. His most remarkable feature was his tail, not one but 3, each tipped with a soft, blue light that he could use to paint pictures in the air, a language of luminescence. He had built the sanctuary long ago, a series of interwoven crystalline chambers with wide, curved viewports that looked out upon the swirling nebula and the diamond dust stars beyond. In its heart grew a garden where glowing moss carpeted the floors and starflowers bloomed with a soft, honeyed light. It was a place of peace, and Kalen was its gentle guardian. One evening, as a slow river of comets drifted past the viewport, a small, distressed vessel shaped like a teardrop wobbled into the sanctuary's docking bay. Out hopped Pippa, a cloud-riding rabbit from the floating meadows of Cirrus 9. Her ears were impossibly long, twitching and curling to express her every emotion, and her fur was the fluffy white of a fresh cumulus cloud. She wrung her paws, her ears drooping with a clear and universal sign of worry. Her cloud scooter, her only way home, had sputtered and died, its dream mist engine fading to a faint sigh. Kalen approached, his three tails swaying in a calming, wave-like pattern, casting a soft, blue glow on the floor. He didn't speak, but his entire posture was a question. Pippa, understanding, pointed a trembling paw at her scooter, and then made a fluttering motion with her hands, ending with a sad, definitive droop of her entire body. Her ears coiled into tight spirals of despair. With a gentle flick of his tails, Kalen painted a symbol in the air, a spiral galaxy, then a question mark. He was asking if she was lost. Pippa's ears uncoiled slightly, and she nodded, her nose wiggling. Then she began to communicate in her own way. She twitched her left ear twice for thank you and thumped a soft, rhythmic beat on the mossy floor with her foot, a certain sign of greeting and trust. Kalen's star freckles brightened. He bowed his head, his tails drawing a circle of welcome around them both. Days turned into a gentle routine. Kalen worked on the cloud scooter, not with tools of steel, but with filaments of light and harmonies of sound, trying to coax the dream mist engine back to life. Pippa, in return, tried to help. She noticed Kalen's collection of star maps, which were not parchment, but living lichen that grew on the crystal walls in intricate, shifting patterns. Thinking she was being helpful, she began to tidy them, using her dexterous paws to smooth out the lichen, unintentionally erasing entire constellations and trade routes. Kalen returned to find his navigational charts transformed into featureless green patches. His star freckles dimmed. A low, worried chuff escaped him. Pippa, seeing his dismay, froze, her ears flattening in horror. She had ruined his maps. She had thought the overgrown lichen was messy, but to Kalen it was a library. She began to thump her foot in a rapid, anxious staccato, the rabbit sign for a profound and panicked apology. For a moment there was a sad silence. Then Kalen's middle tail glowed brightly. He approached the wall, and with the light-tipped end, he began to draw. He didn't redraw the maps. Instead, he drew a picture of a rabbit with a feather duster, and then a fox with a look of comic surprise. Then he drew them both laughing, their forms surrounded by musical notes. It was a story of their misunderstanding. Pippa's ears uncurled and twitched in a pattern that was unmistakably laughter. She then hopped over to another patch of lichen and with delicate nibbles from her teeth began to help him grow a new, even more beautiful star map, one that included a small, fluffy shape near a particularly bright star, her home. It was during this time of mending and learning that a third visitor arrived. Drifting silently into the garden was Lumen, a being from the deep ocean world of abyssal light. Lumen was a luminous jellyfish, her bell a translucent, shifting canvas of pastel colors, soft pinks, serene blues, and gentle golds. She had no voice, no ears, no paws. She communicated through the intricate, swirling patterns of light that danced across her form and through the soft, bell-like chimes that resonated from her core, a language of pure emotion. She was a dream weaver, and she had come to the sanctuary, seeking a quiet place to listen to the dreams of the nebula. Her arrival was the source of the next misunderstanding. Pippa, in her boundless, cheerful energy, tried to welcome Lumen with a friendly nuzzle. But to Lumen, whose kind communicated from a respectful distance, this sudden physical contact was startling. Her lights flashed a brief, sharp red of alarm, and she drifted quickly backwards, her chimes turning into a dissonant, warbling note. Pippa recoiled, her ears drooping again. She had frightened the beautiful creature. Kalen, observing, stepped between them, not as a barrier, but as a bridge. His tails glowed with a soft, pulsing, golden light, the color of patience and calm. He then turned to Pippa and with his light drew a picture of two beings, one offering a flower from a few steps away. Understanding dawned in Pippa's dark eyes. Personal space. It was different for Lumen. That evening, they found a new way to connect. Kalen had built a special room in the sanctuary, the observatory nook. It had a vast, crystal-clear dome for a ceiling and was filled with the most comfortable things he had collected from his travels. Piles of whisper-soft blankets that felt like captured sunbeams, and large, woven nests lined with feathers from songbirds of forgotten moons. They all settled in, Kalen curling his fox body into a nest, Pippa snuggling into a blanket pile, and Lumen drifting serenely in the center of the room. As they watched the silent ballet of the stars outside, Lumen began to glow with a soft, rhythmic light. A gentle harmony like distant, underwater bells filled the air. She was weaving a dream. Pippa and Kalen felt it settle over them not as a vision, but as a feeling, a profound sense of peace, of floating weightlessly in a warm sea under a sky full of friendly constellations. It was Lumen's memory of home offered as a gift. In return, Pippa, whose people shared stories through rhythmic vibration, began to thump her foot on the mossy floor in a slow, lullaby-like beat. It was a story of hopping through cloud canyons and chasing the tails of shooting stars. Kalen, his star freckles shining like a miniature galaxy, added his own part, painting soft, glowing pictures in the air above them, a visual symphony to accompany the dream and the rhythm. They had created their own language, a language of light, sound, and feeling. They didn't need the same words because they had found the same heart. Their shared shelter, the Starlight Sanctuary, became more than a way station. The garden flourished with plants from all their worlds. Pippa's cloud moss spread over the crystals, Kalen's starflowers bloomed in new colors, and Lumen's presence encouraged bioluminescent fungi to sprout in corners, pulsing in time with her gentle chimes. They built a communal nest in the observatory, a tangle of blankets and soft lights where they would spend their evenings. One such evening, a great celestial event occurred outside the dome. A nearby star, in its final, graceful act, released its outer layers in a magnificent planetary nebula. It unfolded like a cosmic flower, petals of incandescent gas blooming in slow, breathtaking majesty, painting the viewport in shades of emerald, gold, and violet. The three friends watched, huddled together. Kalen had wrapped his glowing tails around Pippa, who was nestled against his side, her ears twitching in awe. Lumen drifted above them, her own lights mirroring the nebula outside, her chimes a soft, wondrous song. Pippa reached out a paw not to touch but to point, and Lumen drifted closer, allowing the rabbit's shadow to fall upon her translucent bell. Kalen's star freckles shone so brightly they illuminated their little nest like a private constellation. In that quiet moment, surrounded by the infinite, silent beauty of the cosmos, there was no gap between them. Not of species, nor of language, nor of form. The fox with his light-painting tails, the rabbit with her expressive ears, and the jellyfish with her empathic dreams, they were simply friends. The vast, cold darkness of space was held at bay by the warmth they generated together, a tiny, defiant hearth of kindness in the great, star-dusted night. The cloud scooter was eventually repaired, its engine humming once more with captured dreams. But Pippa was in no hurry to leave. And Lumen, who had planned to move on, found her journey could wait. For they had learned the universe's oldest and simplest truth, a lesson written not in star charts or ancient texts, but in the quiet comfort of shared silence and the gentle touch of a caring light. That no matter how far you travel, or how strange the worlds you see, the only thing that truly makes a home is the friendship you find along the way. And so, in their sanctuary among the stars, wrapped in the soft glow of the nebula and their shared contentment, the three friends slept, safe and together, dreaming the same peaceful dream under the watchful eyes of a billion distant suns. Story 5. The village of Moonbeam Hollow nestled in a gentle valley, where the twilight always seemed to linger a little longer than anywhere else. Here, cobblestone lanes wound between cottages with mossy roofs, and wind chimes made of seashells and silver bells sang soft melodies in the evening breeze. The villagers lived in quiet harmony with the woodland creatures. Badgers shared recipes with bakers, owls delivered messages to the library, and foxes helped tend the moon-blossom gardens that glowed softly after dark. It was in this peaceful place that the mystery began, on an autumn evening when the air smelled of wood smoke and baked apples. The village clock tower, with its familiar, comforting chimes marking each hour, had just struck 7 when young Finn, the baker's apprentice, noticed something peculiar. He was sitting on his favorite bench near the edge of the Glimmerwood, watching the first stars blink awake in the violet sky, when he saw it, a patch of darkness where 3 bright stars should have been. Not just any stars, but the 3 that formed the tip of the Silver Dipper constellation, the one that old nursery rhymes said poured starlight into dreams. Finn rubbed his eyes, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past, but the empty patch remained. He mentioned it to Barnaby, the elderly badger who often sat with him in the evenings, sharing stories. Barnaby twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "The stars have never wandered from their posts before," he rumbled in his gravelly voice. "But then again, neither has the stream in the whispering glen started flowing backwards, nor have the moon petals lost their glow. Strange times, Finn, strange times indeed." Over the next few days, more peculiar happenings unfolded. The village's color-changing flowers, which usually shifted from dawn blue to sunset orange as the day progressed, now flickered unpredictably like scattered rainbows. Time in the deepest part of the Glimmerwood seemed to stutter. A dropped handkerchief would float upwards, and fallen leaves spiraled back to their branches. The animals remembered things the humans had forgotten, where old keys were buried, which paths led to hidden clearings, the words to songs no one had sung in years. Finn, a quiet boy with a talent for listening, decided to investigate. He wasn't the strongest or the fastest, but he noticed things, the way a squirrel tilted its head when puzzled, the pattern of dew on a spiderweb, the secret messages in the arrangement of pebbles along a stream. He knew the mysteries weren't meant to frighten anyone. They felt more like a gentle riddle waiting to be solved. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing, one he'd nearly forgotten. "When stars fall out of sight, and rivers climb the height, seek the badger's borrowed light, where memories take flight." Barnaby, when asked, blinked slowly. "Borrowed light, ah, yes. My great-grandfather once told me about the Lumina badgers, our ancestors who could gather starlight in their fur. We've lost the skill, but the old stories say we hid something precious long ago, something that helps keep the balance between the human world and the wild." Finn spent the next morning following Barnaby's paw prints, which led him to a part of the woods where ferns grew tall and foxgloves nodded like sleepy bells. There, he found a family of rabbits nibbling clover. One of them, a young rabbit named Pip, twitched her nose and said, "The stars haven't gone missing. They've been borrowed." "Borrowed by whom?" Finn asked gently. Pip hopped closer. "The stars shine brightest where memories are stored. Lately, the memories have been restless. The older ones are slipping away and the newer ones are getting tangled. The stars are trying to help, but they're stretched thin." Finn pondered this. If memories were the key, then perhaps the backwards flowing time and the flickering flowers were symptoms of the same problem. The village's shared memories were fading, and the natural world was responding in sympathy. His next clue appeared in the pattern of feathers left by Cora, the great horned owl who watched over the village from the clock tower. She dropped a single, beautiful feather onto Finn's windowsill. When he held it up to the lamplight, he saw that the markings weren't random. They mapped the constellations above Moonbeam Hollow, with one star, the brightest of the Silver Dipper, clearly circled. That evening, Finn climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The rhythmic tick-tock was a comforting sound, and the view from the top took his breath away. The whole village lay below, lanterns glowing in windows, and beyond, the dark expanse of the Glimmerwood. Cora sat on her perch, her eyes like polished amber. "The brightest star remembers what others forget," she hooted softly. "Look not for what is lost, but for what wishes to be found." Finn followed her gaze to the old village library, a circular building with a domed roof. Of course, the library wasn't just for books. It was where the village kept its shared stories, scrolls of old tales, maps of forgotten trails, and the collective memories of Moonbeam Hollow. He hurried to the library where the librarian, a kind woman named Alara, was lighting the evening lamps. "Finn, what brings you here so late?" "I think the answer to the missing stars is here," he said. "May I look at the oldest maps and stories?" Alara smiled. "I had a feeling you'd come. The animals have been restless lately, mice rearranging scrolls, birds bringing dried berries to the windowsills. They've been trying to tell us something." Together they pored over ancient maps drawn on birch bark. One showed the Glimmerwood not as it was now, but as it had been centuries ago, with a grove called the Memory Meadow at its heart. According to the map, a stone stood there known as the Heartstone, which absorbed the village's happiest memories and reflected them as starlight. "But the Memory Meadow," Alara said, frowning. "No one's been there in generations. The paths have grown over." Just then a red herring, or rather a red fox, appeared. Jasper, a clever fox with a bushy tail, trotted in, holding a crumpled piece of paper in his teeth. He dropped it at Finn's feet. It was a drawing, clearly made by a child, of a large oak tree with a door in its trunk. "The Whispering Oak," Alara exclaimed. "Some of the children say it tells stories if you listen closely, but it's on the other side of the woods." Thinking this might be the answer, Finn and Jasper followed the path to the Whispering Oak. The tree was enormous, its branches spread wide like sheltering arms. And there, nestled in a hollow in its trunk, they found not the Heartstone, but a bundle of old letters, tied with a faded ribbon. The letters were between a young girl and her grandmother, describing the joy of stargazing together and the legend of the Heartstone. One line stood out: "The stone doesn't just hold memories, it needs to be reminded of them. It thirsts for shared stories." It wasn't the solution, but it was another piece of the puzzle. The real issue wasn't that the Heartstone was lost, it was that it had been neglected. The villagers had been so busy with their daily lives that they'd forgotten to share their stories, to replenish the stone with new joys. Finn returned to the library, where Barnaby and several other animals had gathered. "We need to find the Memory Meadow," he said. "The Heartstone is there, and it's fading because we've stopped telling our stories." With the animals' help, squirrels scouting from the treetops, badgers sniffing out old trails, birds guiding from above, they found the overgrown path to the Memory Meadow. It was a beautiful, secluded clearing where the grass shimmered with dew, and the air hummed with a soft, magical energy. In the center stood the Heartstone, a smooth, pale rock that should have been glowing, but now was dull and cold. Finn placed his hand on the stone. He closed his eyes and thought of his favorite memory, the first time he'd baked bread with his grandfather, the warmth of the oven, the smell of yeast and honey, the laughter they'd shared. As he did, a tiny spark flickered in the stone. He knew what had to be done. That night, under the direction of the village elders and the animal leaders, everyone gathered in the meadow, people carrying lanterns, animals with glowing fireflies caught gently in jars. They formed a circle around the Heartstone, and one by one they shared a happy memory. An old man told of the day he first met his wife by the starlit stream. A young girl described finding a nest of newborn sparrows. A fox recalled the kindness of a farmer who'd shared his berries. With each story the Heartstone grew brighter, pulsing with a soft, warm light. And as it brightened, the missing stars reappeared in the sky, shining more brilliantly than ever. The color-changing flowers settled into a gentle, rhythmic glow, and time in the forest righted itself, the leaves drifting down in their proper order. The mystery was solved not by magic or might, but by empathy, observation, and the simple power of shared stories. The village understood now that their memories were a living tapestry, woven together with the threads of their experiences, and that by remembering and sharing them, they kept the magic of Moonbeam Hollow alive. As the clock tower chimed midnight, the villagers and animals stayed in the meadow, sharing cider and honey cakes, listening to the owl's hoot and the wind chimes sing. Finn sat with Barnaby and Jasper, watching the silver dipper pour its starlight over them all. And so, wrapped in the warmth of community and the gentle hum of the world settling back into balance, the people and creatures of Moonbeam Hollow drifted into peaceful dreams, knowing that their stories would always light the way, and that even the smallest listener could solve the greatest mysteries, so long as they remembered to listen, not just with their ears, but with their hearts. Story 6. In the quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there drifted a little sanctuary known as the Starlight Haven. It was no ordinary place, a crystalline observatory shaped like a softly glowing lotus, tethered gently to a wandering comet's tail. Inside, the air hummed with warmth, and the walls shimmered with the gentle light of 1,000 distant suns. Here, in this snug nest of safety, 3 very different souls had found one another. There was Kalen, a fox-like traveler from the amber deserts of Syrixia. His fur was the color of autumn leaves at twilight, and his 2 tails, each tipped in silver, twitched and swayed with his every feeling. He had journeyed across the star lanes in a vessel woven from moon threads and whispers, guided by the scent of friendship on the solar winds. Then there was Lumina, a being from the deep ocean world of Narava, whose form shifted like a living constellation. She resembled a luminous jellyfish, her body a soft, pulsing umbrella of opalescent light, and her trailing tendrils glowed with emotions, rose for joy, silver for curiosity, pale blue for calm. She did not speak in words, but in gentle harmonies that hummed in the air like a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. And lastly there was Pippin, a fluffy, cloud-riding rabbit from the floating meadows of Cirrus Minor. His ears were so large they drooped like velvet curtains, and they twitched at the slightest shift in atmosphere. He rode a cushion of mist, bouncing from one soft cloud to another, and he communicated not with sound, but with a delicate sign language made of ear flicks, nose wiggles, and the soft pattering of his paws. The 3 had met by chance, or perhaps by cosmic design, when a solar flare disrupted their paths and drew them all toward the same shimmering nebula. There they discovered the abandoned observatory, its crystal walls still holding the memory of stargazers long gone. Together, they decided to make it their shared home. They filled the haven with soft, woven blankets spun from cosmic moss, plush cushions stuffed with thistledown from Pippin's home world, and hammocks strung between pillars of amethyst. In the center of the dome, they cultivated a garden of star blooms, flowers that opened only in starlight and released tiny, drifting sparks of light. It was a place of peace, of soft sighs and softer dreams. But even among the gentlest of friends, misunderstandings bloomed like unexpected moons. One evening, as the 3 lounged together in their stargazing nest, a basket-like nook lined with velvet moss, Kalen offered them a treat from his home world, a bowl of shimmerberries, fruits that glowed with a soft inner light and burst with flavors both sweet and startling. Eager to share, he nudged the bowl toward Lumina. But in his excitement, one of his silver-tipped tails flicked a little too quickly, and a berry tumbled from the bowl, landing squarely in the center of Lumina's glowing form. To Kalen, it was a harmless accident. But to Lumina, whose kind communicated through light and touch, the sudden impact felt like a shout in the middle of a quiet song. Her gentle hum faltered, and her light dimmed to a soft, uncertain gray. Pippin, watching from his cushion of cloud, wiggled his nose in alarm. In his culture, offering food was a sacred act, but dropping it was a sign of distraction, even disrespect. He thumped a hind foot softly, a signal of mild displeasure. Kalen's ears drooped. He hadn't meant to offend. He tried to apologize, but his voice came out in a flustered yip, which only made Lumina flinch and drift slightly away. For a moment the cozy observatory felt too quiet, the friendship a little fragile. But then Lumina did something beautiful. She pulsed slowly, her light shifting from gray to a gentle, forgiving lavender. One of her tendrils extended, not in reproach, but in invitation. She touched Kalen's paw, and a soft image bloomed in his mind, a memory of her people who expressed care by offering light, not food. To them, a shared glow was the highest form of kindness. Understanding dawned in Kalen's golden eyes. He bowed his head, and one of his tails curled gently around her tendril, a fox-like gesture of apology and affection. Pippin, watching this exchange, hopped closer. With delicate movements, he traced a pattern in the air with his ears, a story gesture from his people, used to show that mistakes were simply stepping stones to deeper understanding. Then he bounced over to the star-bloom garden and returned with a single flower, which he offered to Lumina. She accepted it with a ripple of soft gold light, and the flower glowed brighter in her presence. They sat together again, this time in a quiet circle, sharing not berries but something far more precious, a moment of learning. Kalen showed them how his people shared stories through the sway of their tales. Lumina taught them to hum in harmony, their three voices blending into a gentle, wordless song. Pippin showed them how to listen with their whole bodies, to the whisper of starlight against the crystal dome, to the soft rustle of cosmic wind outside. As the night deepened, they drifted to the great circular window of the observatory, where the stars hung like lanterns in the endless dark. Together, wrapped in a blanket woven from moonbeam threads, they watched a comet streak past, a brilliant brushstroke of silver against the velvet sky. Kalen's twin tails rested gently over Pippin's cloud cushion, and Lumina's soft light enveloped them both in a gentle, pulsing embrace. They didn't need words. They had the flicker of tails, the glow of light, the twitch of ears. They had the shared rhythm of their breathing, the warmth of their bodies nestled close, the silent understanding that in all the vast and wondrous universe they had created a small pocket of safety, a haven where differences were not divides but delights. In the days that followed, they built new routines. Each morning they tended their star-bloom garden together. Kalen used his keen nose to detect which flowers needed more starlight. Pippin fluffed the soil with his paws, and Lumina hummed a soft, growing song that made the blossoms sway in time. In the evenings they took turns sharing something from their worlds, a story, a song, a silent dance. One night a meteor shower painted the sky in ribbons of light. They sat together at the window, sipping warm nectar from carved crystal cups. Kalen's tails wagged slowly in contentment. Lumina glowed in soft rose and silver. Pippin's ears drooped in relaxation. They didn't speak, but in the quiet they dreamed together, a shared dream of floating through the lagoon nebula, where schools of star whales sang melodies older than time, and where the three of them danced on rings of Saturn dust, forever friends under the watchful eyes of a billion suns. When they awoke, the first light of a distant dawn was spilling into the observatory. They smiled or glowed or wiggled their noses, and knew without a single word that they were home. Not because they shared a world, a language, or even a shape, but because they had learned to speak the oldest tongue in the cosmos, the language of kindness woven from patience, laughter, and the quiet joy of being understood. And so, in their crystalline haven, wrapped in blankets and friendship, the three unlikely companions lived on, a fox from the deserts of light, a jellyfish from the seas of stars, and a rabbit from the clouds of dream. And the universe, vast and mysterious, felt just a little warmer, a little smaller, and infinitely more kind. Story 7. The fire crackles and the logs shift, sending a shower of amber sparks dancing up into the dark throat of the chimney. Outside, the wind whispers secrets to the eaves, but in here, all is warm and safe. So settle in, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a story about a quiet boy, a lost light, and a forest that held its breath. In a small house at the edge of a very old, very quiet wood, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was not like the other children in the village, who shouted and chased and played games of roaring pirates. His voice was a soft thing, like the rustle of moth wings against a window pane. He preferred the company of stillness, of watching the dust motes dance in a sunbeam, or tracing the path of a single ladybug across a broad green leaf. His greatest treasure was a small, brass-bound wooden box, and inside this box he kept his collection. A smooth gray stone worn by the river, a feather from a blue jay, a single perfect pine cone, and a curl of silver birch bark. But his most secret, most wondrous possession was one he had never placed in the box. It was a small, smooth stone that fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. It was the color of a day-old ember, a deep, dusty orange, and if he held it very still and hummed a low, quiet tune his grandmother had taught him, it would glow. Not a fierce, blinding light, but a gentle, pulsing warmth, like a tiny, captured hearth fire. He called it his ember stone, and its light was for him alone. One evening, as the sun bled orange and purple behind the distant hills, Leo was in his room, the ember stone cupped in his hands, its soft light painting his face in gentle, shifting hues. A sudden, boisterous shout from his brother in the garden below startled him. His hands flew apart, and the stone, with a soft clink, rolled from his palm across the floorboards, and vanished through a small, forgotten knot-hole in the wall that led down into the space between the floors. Leo's heart sank into his slippers. He pressed his eye to the hole, but all he could see was an abyss of dust and shadows. The light was gone. That night he couldn't sleep. The house creaked and settled around him, but all he could think of was his lost ember stone, lying cold and dark in the dust below. A resolve, small but steady, kindled within him. He would get it back. Once the moon had climbed high, casting a silver-white light through his window, he slipped from his bed. He pulled on a thick, woolly sweater that smelled of cedar and carried a small, stubby candle. With painstaking care, he used a butter knife to gently pry up a loose floorboard near the wall. It came up with a soft, groaning sigh, revealing a dark, narrow space filled with the scent of old wood and dry earth. Taking a deep breath, Leo lowered himself down. His feet found a dusty beam, and he stood in the secret underplace of his own home. The world was inverted. Above him were the rough-hewn undersides of the floorboards, and all around was a forest of wooden pillars and cobweb draperies. His candle cast a small, jumping pool of light, but it was a nervous light, frightened of the vast, swallowing dark. He crept forward, his breath a small cloud in the chill air. He saw forgotten things, a porcelain doll with a cracked face, a tarnished silver spoon, a stack of yellowed newspapers from a time before he was born. But no ember stone. His hope began to flicker as low as his candle flame. Then he saw it. A faint orange glow far ahead, near the foundation of the house. His heart leapt. He hurried towards it, but as he drew closer, he saw that the light was not coming from the floor. It was seeping through a gap where the stone foundation had crumbled away, a gap that opened not into more crawl space, but into the deep, dark heart of the forest itself. The ember stone had rolled right out of the house and into the world. Leo squeezed through the gap, the cool night air washing over him. He was standing at the very edge of the woods, a place he had only ever looked at from his window. The trees were ancient giants, their bark gnarled and wise, their leaves whispering in a language only they understood. His candle was useless here, snuffed out by a gentle breeze. But the trail of the ember stone was not. There on a bed of moss was a faint, glowing speck of orange dust, and another a few feet away. His stone was leaving a trail, a path of ember breadcrumbs. And so, Leo stepped into the Whispering Wood. The air was different here. It was cool and smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, sharp scent of night-blooming flowers. The silver moonlight filtered down through the canopy in long, slanting pillars, illuminating patches of fern and toadstools that glowed with their own soft, phosphorescent light. It was not a scary dark, but a living, breathing dark, full of secret sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the soft hoot of an owl far away, the gentle gurgle of a hidden stream. He followed the trail of glowing dust, his soft footsteps making no sound on the thick carpet of moss. The specks led him deeper, along a path only the forest knew. After a time he came to a clearing where a great fallen oak lay, its trunk a silvered bridge in the moonlight. And there, sitting upon the trunk as if waiting for him, was an owl. She was a large, beautiful creature, with feathers the color of tree bark in moonlight, and great, round eyes that shone like polished jet. She did not startle or fly away. She simply swiveled her head and regarded him with a calm, ancient gaze. "Your light is restless," she said, her voice not a sound heard with ears, but a thought that bloomed softly in Leo's mind. "It travels with purpose but without a guide. The forest is deep little spark, its paths are dreams, and its maps are written in starlight." Leo, who was too surprised to be afraid, held out his empty hands. "I lost it, my stone, it glows." "I know the ember stone," the owl thought to him. "It is a piece of the world's old heart. It does not like to be lost. Come, I will fly ahead, listen for my call, and watch for the dust. You are not the first quiet soul to walk this path." With a silent beat of her powerful wings, the owl, whose name he somehow knew was Lyra, lifted into the air and vanished among the high branches. A moment later, her soft, questioning call echoed through the trees. Hoo-hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. It was a sound of gentle guidance, not a warning. He followed, his fear now replaced by a thrumming wonder. The trail led him down a slope to the edge of a still, black lake. The water was a perfect mirror, holding the moon and a scatter of stars captive on its surface. The ember dust trail ended at the water's edge. Leo's heart sank again. Had it rolled into the lake? A ripple broke the perfect reflection. A sleek, dark head emerged, followed by a pair of bright, intelligent eyes. It was a small otter, her fur beaded with droplets that shone like diamonds in the moonlight. She chirruped, a friendly, chattering sound. "The glowing pebble," she chirped, her voice a tangible, watery whisper. It did not fall, it was taken. She pointed a sleek paw towards the center of the lake, where a small, reed-covered island sat. "The Grumplicans have it. They are not thieves, you understand. They are just collectors. They find shiny things and add them to their pile. They mean no harm." The Grumplicans. Leo whispered, his own voice feeling rough and loud in the serene quiet. "Small, furry, and terribly fond of moss," the otter explained. "They think everything that falls into the wood belongs to the wood. My name is Piper. I can take you across. The water is cold, but my back is warm." Hesitantly, Leo waded into the shallows. The water was indeed shockingly cold, but as he gently held onto Piper's back, her warmth seeped into him. She moved with a fluid, graceful strength, cutting through the black water without a sound, her wake a shimmering V of silver behind them. As they traveled, Piper told him about the fish that sang in the deep, and the water sprites that wove the moonlight into lilies. They reached the island, a tiny hummock of earth and roots, thick with reeds and soft moss. And there, in the very center, was a large, untidy pile. It was a collection of forest treasure, shiny beetle shells, pieces of quartz, lost buttons, a single, tarnamed thimble, and a dozen other bits of forgotten brightness. And sitting atop the pile, glowing softly, was his ember stone. Around it, 3 small, round creatures with velvety fur and eyes like blackberries were patting it and chattering to each other in high, squeaky voices. These were the Grumplicans. They looked up as Leo and Piper approached, their chattering ceasing. They didn't seem afraid, only curious. "That's my stone," Leo said, his voice still soft but firm. The largest Grumplikin tilted its head. It fell, it squeaked. "The wood catches what falls. It is a treasure of the wood now." "It was my treasure first," Leo said. He didn't demand. He simply stated it, a small truth in the vast night. The Grumplikins looked at each other, then back at the stone, then at Leo. They seemed to be having a silent, furry conversation. The largest one scurried forward and nudged the emberstone with its nose. It rolled gently down the pile and came to a stop at Leo's feet. "It is a very warm treasure," the Grumplikin squeaked. "It is nice, but your eyes are sad without it. The wood does not like sad eyes." Leo bent down and picked up the emberstone. A wave of warmth and relief flowed up his arm. He held it in his palm, and without even thinking, he began to hum his grandmother's tune. The stone bloomed with light, its gentle, pulsing glow illuminating the little island, painting the faces of the Grumplikins and Piper the Otter in its cozy, hearth-like light. The Grumplikins gasped in unison, a sound like little bellows. Their blackberry eyes went wide with delight. They hadn't known it could do that. "It is a sharing light," the large Grumplikin declared. "Not a hiding light. You should not keep such a light in a box." The words settled deep inside Leo. The Grumplikin was right. He had been hoarding the light, keeping its warmth and beauty only for himself, afraid that sharing it might make it less his. But here, in the heart of the Whispering Wood, he saw that light grew when it was shared. It didn't divide, it multiplied. "Thank you," he said to the Grumplikins, and he meant it with his whole heart. Piper carried him back across the lake, and Lyra the owl guided him home with her soft calls. The journey back felt different. He wasn't just a boy retrieving a lost object. He was a part of the forest now, a quiet note in its nightly song. He had faced the unknown not with a shout, but with a quiet word. He had found help in unexpected friendships, and he had learned that his greatest treasure wasn't the stone itself, but the warmth it could bring to others. He squeezed back through the foundation, replaced the floorboard, and climbed into his bed just as the first hint of dawn painted the horizon a soft, pearly gray. The emberstone lay on his bedside table, its glow faded to a soft, sleeping pulse. From that night on, Leo was changed. He was still quiet, but his quiet was no longer a wall, it was a welcome. He would sometimes take the emberstone into the garden at dusk and let it glow, and he would often see from the corner of his eye a flash of bark-colored feathers in the oak tree, or a sleek, dark head in the pond, or even, just once, a trio of small, furry faces peeking from behind a log, all of them watching the gentle, shared light. He had gone into the dark a boy afraid of losing his small, secret joy. He had returned with the understanding that joy, like a true ember, only dies when it is smothered. When it is breathed upon, when it is shared, it can light up the whole, wide, wonderful night. And so the fire has burned low now, just a bed of glowing coals. The wind outside has settled into a soft, sleeping sigh. The story is over, its warmth lingering in the air like the scent of cedar and old books. Let the memory of the emberstone's gentle glow be the last thing you see behind your eyes as you drift into dreams, safe and warm, curled up in your own soft den. Sleep well. Story 8. The fire crackled, its flames painting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper of ancient things. On such a night when the wind sang a low, mournful song through the pines, young Rowan felt a peculiar pull in his chest, a quiet ache for something he could not name. He sat with his grandmother in her cozy cottage, the scent of drying lavender and old books hanging in the air. "Grandmother," he said, his voice soft, "why does my heart feel like it's remembering something my head has forgotten?" His grandmother looked up from her mending, her eyes the color of a twilight sky, holding a universe of stories. She smiled, a gentle crinkling at their corners. The roots remember, my dear. Even when the tree has forgotten the taste of the rain that fed it, there is something that wishes to be found. She rose, her movements slow and deliberate, and went to the old wooden chest in the corner, the one that smelled of cedar and thyme. From within its depths, wrapped in a cloth as soft as moth wings, she brought out an object and placed it in Rowan's hands. It was a small wooden music box, carved to look like the gnarled trunk of an ancient oak. On its lid was an inlaid pattern of a nightingale in flight, made of mother-of-pearl that shimmered in the firelight. "This belonged to your great-great-grandfather," she said. "He was a man who understood the language of the woods. They say he could call the birds from the trees with a whisper. Open it." With trembling fingers, Rowan lifted the delicate brass latch and raised the lid. Instead of a tinkling melody, a sound emerged that was so real, so vivid, it stole his breath away. It was the pure, liquid song of a nightingale, a cascade of notes that filled the room and seemed to make the very air shimmer. As the song played, tiny, intricate metal birds inside the box turned in a slow, graceful dance around a central tree. "It holds the first nightingale's song of spring," his grandmother whispered. "A song of return, of remembrance." That night, tucked into his bed with the quilt stitched with foxes, badgers, and wise old owls, Rowan dreamed. He did not dream in pictures, but in sounds and sensations. He felt the soft, damp earth beneath his bare feet. He heard the rustle of leaves speaking in a language just beyond his understanding. And through the trees a figure walked toward him, a man with kind eyes and a crown of oak leaves, who held out his hand. A small brown nightingale perched on his shoulder, its dark eyes fixed on Rowan. When Rowan woke, the first light of dawn was painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, and the memory of the dream clung to him like the scent of the forest after rain. He went to the window and saw, sitting on the branch of the old apple tree, a single nightingale. It did not sing, but simply watched him before flitting away into the waking day. He spent the morning helping his grandmother in her garden, his mind still half in the dream. As they worked, she began to tell him a story, her voice falling into the rhythmic, soothing pattern of a tale told many times before. "Long ago, when the world was younger and the magic was closer to the surface," she began, pulling a weed and tossing it into her basket, "our family were the keepers of the threshold. It was not a title given by kings or councils, but by the forest itself. Their task was a simple one and a sacred one, to remember." "Remember what?" Rowan asked, pressing a seed into the warm, dark soil. "To remember the stories," she said. "The stories of the land, the stories of the creatures, the stories of the turning seasons. They remembered so the forest would not forget itself, and in return the forest shared its secrets. Your great-great-grandfather, the one who carved the music box, was the last true keeper. His name was Corbin." She told him how Corbin would walk the woods each day, not to hunt or to gather, but simply to listen. He knew the secret paths of the badgers and the hidden nests of the warblers. He could tell from the pattern of the moss on the trees which way the wind had blown for a century. And every evening, as the stars began to prick the velvet sky, he would light a single lantern and hang it from the bough of the great oak at the forest's edge. It was a signal, his grandmother explained, a small warm eye in the growing dark that said, "I am here. The stories are safe." But then her voice grew soft, tinged with an old sadness. A great sadness fell upon him. His wife, Alara, grew ill. He spent so many days and nights by her side that he forgot the lantern. He forgot his walks. The forest grew quiet, and the stories, with no one to listen to them, began to fade like ink on old paper. Corbin was consumed by his grief. He believed he had failed in his duty, that the magic had left his family forever. He carved the music box, pouring all the remembered birdsong he could into it, and locked it away, a final, beautiful testament to what was lost. He thought the role of keeper ended with him, grandmother said, patting the soil around a new seedling. He thought it was a thing of blood, but he was wrong. That afternoon, feeling restless, Rowan took the music box and walked to the edge of the woods, to the very spot where the great oak still stood, its branches like the arms of a wise, old giant. He sat with his back against its rough bark, the music box in his lap. The air was still. No birds sang. It was as if the forest was holding its breath. He opened the lid. The nightingale's song spilled out, achingly beautiful and lonely in the silence. He closed his eyes, listening, and without thinking, he began to hum along, his voice a soft, hesitant thread weaving into the intricate tapestry of the song. As he hummed, another story came to him, not from his grandmother, but from the tree itself, from the earth beneath him. It was a story within his grandmother's story. He saw Corbin not as an old man, but as a boy, even younger than Rowan. He saw him being taught by his own grandfather, a man with a beard like a thicket of moss. "Listen, boy," the mossy-bearded man would say, his voice a low rumble. "The magic isn't in the knowing, it's in the listening. It's in the small things, it's in the ritual." And he would show the young Corbin how to scatter seed for the winter sparrows, whispering the old family phrase, for the ones who remember the cold. He taught him the lullaby of the roots, a simple, repetitive melody to sing to newly planted trees. "Sleep, little seed, in earth's deep bed, the sun will find you, the rain be shed. Grow, little root, both strong and deep, while the world above is fast asleep." Rowan opened his eyes. The vision faded, but the lullaby lingered on his lips. He understood now. The title of keeper wasn't about a magical bloodline. It was about the actions, the choice to listen, the kindness of scattering seed, the remembering. He looked at the great oak and noticed, for the first time, a rusty old hook embedded in its lowest branch, the hook for Corbin's lantern. A deep resolve settled in Rowan's heart. He would not let the stories fade. He returned to the cottage as the sun began to dip below the horizon. He found an old brass lantern in the shed, cleaned it until it shone, and filled it with oil. His grandmother watched him from the doorway, her expression unreadable, but her eyes were bright. With the lantern lit and casting a warm, golden circle around him, Rowan walked back to the great oak. The forest was deep in twilight now, all purples and blues. He reached up and carefully hung the lantern on the old hook. It swung gently, its light a brave, flickering star in the gathering dark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a soft chirp sounded from a nearby bush. Then another. A badger emerged from its set, sniffing the air, its stripes bold in the lantern light. A fox paused at the edge of the clearing, its eyes reflecting the flame. And then, from the deepest part of the woods, a nightingale began to sing. It was not the song from the music box, but a new one, a living, breathing song of gratitude and return. One by one, other birds joined in, until the twilight was filled with a symphony. Rowan felt a presence beside him. He turned, but no one was there. Yet he felt a warmth, a sense of deep, abiding peace, and he heard, as if on the breeze, the faint, whispered words of the old phrase, "The roots remember." He looked up through the branches of the great oak and saw the stars beginning to appear. They seemed to form a pattern he recognized, the constellation of the nesting bird, which his grandmother said guided the migratory songbirds home. In that moment, the stories, the ancestors, the animals, and the stars were all connected, a great, shimmering web of which he was now a part. He sat down at the base of the tree, the music box beside him, and he began to sing the lullaby of the roots, his young voice clear and steady in the night. "Sleep, little seed, in earth's deep bed, the sun will find you, the rain be shed." As he sang, he knew he was not just singing to the trees. He was singing to Corbin, soothing an old regret that had lingered for generations. He was singing to the forest, assuring it that someone was listening once more. He was singing to himself, weaving his own story into the great, timeless tapestry of his family. The role of keeper was not lost. It had only been sleeping, waiting for someone to choose to remember, to perform the small, kind rituals that bridged the past and the present. The lantern burned steadily, its light a promise. And in the gentle, resonant silence that followed his song, under the watchful eyes of the animals and the ancient stars, Rowan knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that he was home. The roots had remembered, and so had he. Story 9. The rain fell upon the roof of the little house in a soft, steady rhythm, a gentle drumming that made the fire in the hearth seem all the warmer and the lamplight all the more golden. It was on just such an evening, when the world outside was a canvas of wet shadows and the air inside smelled of beeswax and old books, that a young girl named Clara found herself with nothing to do. Her gaze drifted around the cozy sitting room, past the plump armchairs and the sleeping tabby cat, and settled on the door that led to the attic. It was a door she seldom noticed, tucked away beneath the staircase, its brass handle tarnished with age and disuse. A sudden curiosity, as soft and insistent as the rain, nudged at her. What forgotten treasures might be waiting up there in the quiet dark? With a creak of protest, the door swung inward, revealing a steep flight of stairs that vanished into shadow. The air that drifted down was cool and carried the scent of aged cedar and dried lavender. Clara fetched a lantern from the mantelpiece, its warm light pushing back the darkness as she climbed. The attic was a landscape of memory. Trunks with rusted clasps stood like patient elephants. Furniture draped in ghostly white sheets created silent, hulking shapes. Dust motes, disturbed by her arrival, danced in the lantern's beam like tiny, excited fairies. It was in a far corner, tucked behind an old rocking horse with one chipped ear, that Clara found a small sea chest. It was made of a wood so dark it seemed to drink the light, but inlaid upon its lid was a single, perfect silver leaf that gleamed as if it had just fallen from a moonlit tree. There was no lock. With a heart that beat a little faster, Clara lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was carved from pale, smooth birch wood, and its face held not the usual 4 directions, but 8, each marked with a tiny, beautifully etched symbol: a leaf, a paw print, a raindrop, a star, a flame, a feather, a river stone, and a seashell. The needle itself was not of iron, but of what looked like polished mother-of-pearl, and it did not point north. It spun in a slow, lazy circle before settling, with a faint whisper whir, upon the tiny leaf. As her fingers closed around the smooth, cool wood of the compass, a change came over the attic. The shadows seemed less deep, the air warmer. From a stack of old quilts, a rabbit emerged. He was the color of cinnamon and cream, with ears that twitched with intelligent curiosity and eyes like pools of dark, gentle ink. "Well now," the rabbit said, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in an old book. "It's been an age since the leaf compass chose a keeper. I am Thistle. It seems you are meant for a journey." Clara was too astonished to be afraid. "A journey, but it's raining." "The best journeys often are," Thistle replied, hopping closer. "This is not a journey you take with your feet, but with your heart. The compass does not point to places, but to what is needed. Right now it points to the leaf. Something in the whispering woods has lost its way and needs to remember how to grow." Holding the lantern in one hand and the wondrous compass in the other, Clara followed Thistle not back down the stairs, but towards a large, gilded mirror leaning against the wall, its surface cloudy with dust. As they approached, the dust shimmered and cleared, and instead of reflecting the attic, the mirror showed a path leading into a deep, green wood, where raindrops clung to every leaf and fern like countless tiny diamonds. "Step through," Thistle encouraged. "The way is open for you." Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped forward. There was no shatter of glass, only a sensation of cool silk brushing against her skin, and then she was standing on a soft carpet of moss, the scent of damp earth and pine filling her senses. The attic was gone. The whispering woods surrounded her, their canopy a tapestry of emerald and gold against the gray sky, the rain now a gentle pitter-patter on the leaves above. Her lantern light glowed bravely, making the raindrops on Thistle's fur sparkle. They followed a path that was little more than a deer trail, the compass needle holding steadfastly to the leaf symbol. The woods were alive with soft sounds, the crunch of their steps on the path, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, the gentle swish of Thistle's paws through the damp undergrowth. After a time, the path led them to the base of an enormous, ancient oak tree. Wound around its massive trunk was a staircase, and nestled in its mighty branches was a treehouse so grand it seemed a part of the tree itself. Light spilled from its round windows, and a sign hung by the door, shaped like an open book. "This is the Library of Roots," Thistle explained. "The librarian is a friend, though his memory is seasonal." They climbed the stairs, which felt solid and alive underfoot, and entered the treehouse. It was a single circular room, its walls not of wood, but of living tree trunk, with shelves carved directly into them, filled with scrolls of bark and books bound in lichen and mushroom leather. A large, comfortably round badger in a patched waistcoat was snoozing softly in an armchair woven from willow branches, a book open on his lap. Remham snored. The badger woke with a start, blinking his sleepy eyes. "Ah, visitors, welcome, welcome to the library of the library of." He scratched his head, his claws making a soft tick-tick-tick sound against his fur. "The place with the books," he finished triumphantly. "Hello, Barnaby," Thistle said gently. "This is Clara. The leaf compass has brought her." "The compass, oh my stars." Barnaby bustled over, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "A keeper, how splendid. Now, what was it you were looking for? I had it just a moment ago, something to do with a tune." Clara held out the compass. "It points to the leaf. We think something has forgotten how to grow." Barnaby's face fell. "Oh dear, oh that is serious, the grow song. Yes, that's it. The heart of the woods hums it, you see. It's what encourages the seeds to sprout and the leaves to unfurl. But lately the humming has grown faint. I've been trying to find the sheet music, but I'm afraid I've misplaced it." He gestured forlornly at the vast, seemingly disorganized library. "I think I may have filed it under R for rain, or perhaps S for sunshine, or was it M for melody?" It seemed a hopeless task. But then Clara noticed something. High up near the curved ceiling, a single scroll case was glowing with a faint, greenish light. "Barnaby," she said, pointing. "What about that one?" The badger squinted. "By my whiskers, the luminous scroll. I'd forgotten I'd remembered to put it there, but it's much too high. My ladder is well, I forget where I put it." A soft thrumming sound filled the air, and a great, shimmering owl alighted on a window-sill. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the calm of the deepest night. "The ladder," the owl said in a voice that was both soft and clear, like a bell heard from far away, "is currently being used as a bridge for a family of field mice over the silver stream. I am Celestia. I can see you are on an important errand. Can you retrieve the scroll for us?" Clara asked. "Alas," Celestia replied, tilting her head. "My talons are not made for carrying such delicate things. They would tear the parchment, but I can see another way. The one who can help is nearby, though she is too shy to show herself." Celestia guided their gaze to a dark, cozy nook between two great roots of the oak tree, where the shadows were deep and warm. "Little one," the owl hooted softly. "Your fire is needed, not a roaring blaze, but a gentle glow. There are friends here." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, from the darkness, two emerald green eyes appeared. Slowly, a small, graceful creature emerged. She was no bigger than a barn cat, with scales like polished jade and wings like folded maple leaves. A wisp of scented smoke curled from her nostrils. "This is Ember," Celestia introduced. "She is a glimmer dragon. She believes her fire is too small to be of use to anyone." Ember looked at the floor, her tail twitching nervously. "I can't breathe great flames or guard vast treasures," she whispered, her voice like the soft crackle of a hearth. "I can only make light." "But that is exactly what we need," Clara said, her voice full of kindness. "Your light can help Barnaby see to read the scroll. Your gentle warmth can give us all courage." Hearing this, Ember seemed to stand a little taller. She took a deep breath and exhaled not fire, but a soft, radiant glow that filled the library with a warm, buttery light, pushing back the evening gloom. In this new light, Barnaby's eyesight improved immediately. He scurried over to a shelf and, with a triumphant aha, pulled out not one, but several scrolls he had been searching for. But the Grow Song was not written on any of them. They were maps of starry migrations, recipes for morning dew, and the history of the first acorn. The luminous scroll, when Thistle used his strong rabbit legs to leap from shelf to shelf and nudge it down, was blank. A feeling of disappointment settled over them. They had found the library, the librarian, and even a shy dragon, but they had not found the song. Clara sat down on the mossy floor, the leaf compass cool in her hand. The needle still pointed to the leaf. She thought about what the journey was truly about. It wasn't about finding a piece of paper. It was about helping something remember how to grow. She closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. She heard the rain's gentle rhythm. She heard the deep, slow hum of the ancient oak tree. She heard the soft rustle of Thistle's breathing, the quiet tap-tap of Barnaby's claw as he thought, the faint crackle of Ember's glowing breath, and the steady whir of Celestia's preening feathers. And then she heard it. Weaving through all these other sounds was a melody. It was very, very faint, like a thread of silver in a tapestry of gray. It was the sound of the woods themselves, the sound of life, patient and persistent. "It's not lost," Clara said, opening her eyes. "We don't need to find it in a book. We just need to help the woods remember it's there. We need to sing it back to them." She began to hum, softly at first, matching the faint melody she had heard in her heart. Thistle, nestled beside her, joined in with a low, thrumming purr. Barnaby, closing his eyes, added a deep, grounding bass note. Ember's gentle glow pulsed in time with the melody, and Celestia provided a high, clear counter-melody that wove through the trees like moonlight. Together they sang. They sang the song of the rain and the roots. They sang the song of the sleeping seed and the unfurling fern. They sang of starlight on petals and the soft journey of worms through the dark earth. Their voices were not loud, but they were true, and they filled the library of roots and drifted out through its windows into the whispering woods. And the woods began to answer. The trees seemed to stand a little straighter. The leaves, even in the rain, seemed to gleam a brighter green. The faint silver melody grew stronger, weaving with their own, until the very air was thrumming with the restored Grow Song. The needle on the leaf compass, which had been pointing so steadfastly at the leaf, gave a satisfied little shiver and spun freely once more. Their journey was complete. One by one, they said their goodbyes in the now brightly glowing library. Barnaby promised to try and remember to catalog the luminous scroll properly. Ember, her confidence glowing as brightly as her breath, promised to visit more often. Celestia offered to guide Clara and Thistle back to the mirror path. The walk back through the woods was different. The air was warmer, filled with the vibrant energy of life restored. When they reached the gilded mirror, Clara turned and looked back at the whispering woods, now humming contentedly in the soft rain. She knew this was a place she could return to, a secret held within the walls of her own home. She stepped through the mirror and found herself back in the attic, the lantern still flickering in her hand, the scent of cedar and lavender unchanged. Thistle the rabbit was gone, but a single, perfect cinnamon-colored fur was resting on the lid of the sea chest. She placed the leaf compass back inside and closed the lid, knowing its magic would wait for the next time it was needed. Back in the sitting room, the fire had burned low, casting long, dancing shadows. The rain still fell softly on the roof. The tabby cat stretched, yawned, and began to purr, a sound that vibrated through the quiet room like a tiny, contented engine. Clara curled up in her favorite armchair, pulling a soft quilt over her legs. She closed her eyes, and in the quiet of her mind she could still hear it, the gentle, thrumming, growing song of the woods, a lullaby of roots and rain, of friendship and gentle courage, a secret melody that would forever hum just beneath the surface of the quiet, cozy world, guiding her into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 10. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind blew just right, there lay a village called Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths curled like sleeping cats around cottages with thatched roofs, where the bakery always smelled of cinnamon and rising dough, and where the town clock tower chimed each hour with a sound like silver bells dropping into a pool of moonlight. Here humans and animals lived side by side, sharing gossip, garden plots, and the occasional pot of honey-sweetened tea. The keeper of the village bakery was a young woman named Lyra, whose hands were dusted with flour and whose heart was as soft as fresh-baked bread. She noticed things others missed, the way the sparrows tilted their heads when telling secrets, the patterns frost painted on window panes, the subtle shift in the scent of the air before a gentle rain. Lately, however, Lyra had noticed something peculiar indeed. It began with the stars. Each night, one more star seemed to vanish from the sky above Starlight Hollow. Not blinked out exactly, but quietly absent, as if politely excused from the evening's display. At the same time, the oldest villagers began to forget small things, not just names or where they'd left their spectacles, but the taste of certain berries, the lyrics to nursery rhymes sung to them as children, the feeling of moss beneath bare feet. The animals, however, remembered everything. The badgers recalled every buried acorn, the foxes every promise made under a full moon, the owls every secret ever whispered in their forest. One evening, as Lyra closed the bakery, she noticed a badger sitting solemnly on her doorstep. He was a dignified creature with a silver-tipped muzzle and eyes like polished river stones. "Good evening, Bramble," Lyra said, for she knew all the animals by name. "The stars are slipping away," Bramble said in his low, gravelly voice. "And with them, memories. My grandmother remembers when the stream ran backwards for an entire afternoon, but old man Hemlock, who saw it too, has forgotten completely." Lyra knelt. "Why is this happening?" Bramble twitched his nose. "There is a rhyme the squirrels chatter. Perhaps it holds a clue." And he recited, "When the silver leaves fall upside down, and the clock tower misses its golden crown, find what the moon forgot to keep, where the roots of memory run deep." Lyra thanked Bramble and promised to look into it. The next morning she walked to the village square where the clock tower stood. Sure enough, the weather vane, shaped like a golden crown, was missing from its spire. No one had noticed its absence. She studied the cobblestones around the tower and found not footprints, but delicate paw prints, too small for a fox, too large for a squirrel. They led toward the Whispering Woods. Following the trail, Lyra soon came upon a hedgehog curled near a cluster of color-changing flowers, blossoms that shifted from blue to violet to silver, depending on the time of day. The hedgehog named Pippin uncurled at her approach. "I've seen the crown," Pippin squeaked. "A magpie carried it off, Sparkly, you see, but that's not the real mystery. The real mystery is the forgetting. Last night, I dreamt of a map drawn in constellations, but one star was missing each time I looked. Lyra pondered this. The missing stars and the missing memories must be connected. She continued deeper into the woods, where the sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered coins. High above, an owl named Orion hooted softly from a branch. His feathers were patterned with markings that, if you looked carefully, mirrored the night sky. "Orion," Lyra called up, "have you noticed which stars are vanishing?" The owl blinked slowly. "The brightest ones, the ones that form the old stories. The hero, the hearth, the lost locket, all gone from the sky, and with them the stories themselves fade from human minds." He swooped down and landed gently beside her. "But look," he said, spreading one wing. "The pattern is still here on my feathers. The stories are not truly lost, just misplaced." Lyra studied the feather patterns. They did indeed look like constellations. One in particular caught her eye, a cluster of stars shaped like a key. "What story does this one tell?" she asked. "That," Orion said, "is the key of memories. It's said to unlock what time has hidden. According to the oldest ballads, it only appears in the sky when someone truly listens to what the world is trying to say." As they spoke, a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves overhead. Lyra pulled her cloak tighter and noticed something she hadn't before, a path of smooth, pale stones leading off to the left, nearly hidden by ferns. The paw prints she'd been following seemed to double back here, as if the creature had been uncertain. "A red herring," she murmured, but decided to follow the stone path anyway. It wound through a thicket of hawthorn and ended at a small, hidden burrow. Inside she found not the crown, but a collection of forgotten things, a child's wooden top, a locket with a faded portrait, a bundle of letters tied with ribbon, and a nest woven from silver thread and dried lavender. The letters spoke of long-ago picnics, of promises made, of secrets shared between human and animal friends. They were memories, tangible and sweet. Lyra carefully tucked the letters into her satchel. These were worth saving. Returning to the main path, she soon came to a clearing where a family of foxes was playing near a small, backwards-flowing stream. The water chuckled as it ran uphill, and the ferns along its bank grew with their fronds pointing earthward instead of skyward. "The silver leaves fall upside down," Lyra whispered, remembering the rhyme. She looked up and saw a stand of silver birch trees, their leaves indeed drifting downward in the reverse of the usual pattern, swirling up first before drifting down. One of the foxes, a vixen named Ember, trotted over. "You're looking for the crown," she said. "The magpie hid it in her nest, but she's not the thief you think. She's trying to help." "Help how?" Lyra asked. "The crown focuses moonlight," Ember explained. "The magpie thought if she could gather enough moonlight, she could shine it into the sky and replace the missing stars herself. She remembers how the humans used to tell stories under those stars, and she misses those nights." Touched, Lyra asked where the magpie's nest was. "Follow the sound of the wind chimes," Ember said. "You're close." Lyra did just that, and soon the gentle ting-ailing of porcelain chimes guided her to the oldest oak in the forest. High in its branches was an enormous nest, woven from twigs, ribbons, and shiny objects, including the clock tower's golden crown. Perched beside it was the magpie, her head cocked. "I only wanted to help," the magpie chirped. "The memories are fading. I thought if I could brighten the stars, the stories would return." Lyra smiled. "That's very kind of you, but I think the stars aren't missing, they're just hidden. The memories aren't gone, they're waiting." She climbed the oak carefully, with the help of some obliging squirrels, and retrieved the crown. But instead of returning it immediately, she had an idea. That evening, Lyra gathered everyone in the village square, humans young and old, badgers, foxes, owls, hedgehogs, the magpie, and all the other creatures of Starlight Hollow. She placed the crown atop the clock tower, where it caught the last rays of the setting sun. Then, as twilight deepened, she brought out the forgotten letters she'd found and began to read them aloud. As she read, something magical happened. The animals who remembered every word, every laugh, every promise, joined in. The badgers hummed the tunes of old nursery rhymes. The owls hooted the rhythms of forgotten poems. The foxes acted out silly little plays from long-ago festivals. And the humans, listening, began to remember. The stories flowed back warm and vivid, filling the square with a glow that seemed to rise into the sky. And then star by star the constellations returned, the hero, the hearth, the lost locket, and finally the key of memories, shining brighter than all the rest. The memories had been unlocked not by a physical key, but by sharing, by listening, by community. Old Man Hemlock, who had been silent for years, suddenly smiled. "I remember," he said softly. "I remember the backward stream and the taste of cloudberries. I remember the song my mother sang to me." And he began to sing, his voice raspy but true. The village celebrated long into the night, sharing honey cakes and stories, while the clock tower chimed softly and the wind carried the sound of wind chimes from the forest. The mystery had been solved not by accusation or fear, but by curiosity and empathy. The missing stars had been a reminder, a nudge to listen to the quiet voices, to value the memories held by all creatures, and to never let the stories fade. As the gathering wound down, Lyra sat on a bench near the bakery, a contented sigh escaping her lips. Bramble the badger settled at her feet, and Orion the owl perched on the fence nearby. "You see," Orion hooted softly, "the stars were never really gone. They were just waiting for us to look up together." Lyra nodded, watching the constellations twinkle above. The gentle hoot of an owl, the distant chime of the clock tower, the rustle of leaves in the night breeze, all wove together into a soothing tapestry of sound. The mystery was solved, the community was closer than ever, and the world felt right once more. And so, under a sky now fully adorned with starlight, the villagers and creatures of Starlight Hollow drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with remembered stories and the comforting certainty that in their little corner of the world, no mystery would ever end in fear, only in warmth, understanding, and the gentle embrace of shared memory. Story 11. In the quiet folds of the world, nestled between the whispering pines and the gently sloping hills, there lay a village called Whisperwood. Here the chimneys puffed soft clouds of wood smoke that smelled of applewood and cinnamon. Here the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by the tread of both boot and paw, for in Whisperwood, humans and animals lived side by side, sharing stories, bread, and the gentle rhythm of the days. At the very heart of the village stood a great old clock tower, its face lit by the moon and its chimes marking the hours with a melody as soft as a lullaby. And every night as the clock struck 9, the villagers would look up to the sky, where the stars hung like scattered diamonds, each one known by name and story. There was the weaver's shuttle, the baker's rolling pin, and the little cluster called the squirrel's hoard. They were old friends in the vast, dark blanket of the night. But one evening, as the clock tower sang its 9 gentle notes, a young baker's apprentice named Finn looked up and felt a twist of unease in his heart. The sky seemed emptier. He squinted, tracing the familiar patterns with his flour-dusted finger. The squirrel's hoard was missing its brightest star, the one they called the acorn. He mentioned it to the villagers the next morning, as they gathered at his master's bakery for warm rolls and honey. Some chuckled, patting his shoulder. "You were likely just tired, Finn. Stars don't just wander off." But old Mrs. Willow, who mended socks by the fire and knew the gossip of every sparrow, nodded slowly. "My Tomkin," she said, indicating the fat ginger tabby purring on her lap, "has been chasing shadows all week, and he only chases things that are new." The mystery deepened that very afternoon. A badger named Bramble, who was the chief librarian of the underground warren, trundled up to Finn's doorstep, his snout twitching. "The flowers by the old oak," he rumbled, his voice a low, earthy sound. "They were blue yesterday, this morning they are gold, and they smell of yesterday's rain, not today's sunshine." It was a peculiar happening, one that intrigued rather than frightened. Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the way a leaf trembled in the breeze, decided he would look into it. He wasn't a hero of great strength or powerful magic, he was a listener. He knew the language of paw prints in the mud, and the stories told in the arrangement of feathers left on a windowsill. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one the children sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. "When the clock runs wrong and the stars take flight, seek the key that hides from light. Follow the path the moonbeams drew, to find what's old and make it new." No one had thought much of the rhyme, it was just a silly song. But now Finn wondered. He went to the clock tower and found its keeper, a kind-faced woman named Alara. "Has the clock been running true?" he asked. She frowned, polishing a brass cog. "It chimes on the hour, dear boy, but the little hand, the one that counts the minutes, it sometimes shivers, as if it's trying to go backwards. Backwards flowing time." The thought was not frightening, but fascinating. Could time be stuttering in Whisperwood, like a stream flowing over a pebble? Finn decided to follow the path the moonbeams drew. That night, under a sky still missing its acorn star, he walked to the edge of the whispering woods. The moon was a sliver of silver, and its light painted a faint, shimmering trail on the forest floor, a path of pale lichen and moon-touched dew. He walked softly, his ears filled with the ambient sounds of the night, the gentle plink-plink of water dripping from ferns, the distant hoot of an owl asking its question to the dark, and the rustle of unseen creatures going about their business. He hadn't gone far when he found a trail of tiny, perfect paw prints. They were no bigger than his thumbnail, and they glimmered with a faint, silvery dust. He knelt, his heart beating a steady, curious rhythm. A field mouse, her eyes like shiny black beads, peeked out from under a fern. "You're following the moon path," she squeaked, her voice a whisper of wind through grass. "Are you looking for what was lost?" "I am," Finn said, his voice low and respectful. "The stars and the true colors of the flowers." The mouse twitched her nose. "The hedgehog remembers. He remembers everything the humans forget, but he is very old, and his memories are tangled like old yarn. Find him where the raindrops play music on the hollow logs." Thanking the mouse, Finn continued, the mystery coiling around him like a friendly vine. The moon path led him to a small clearing where several ancient, moss-covered logs lay. Rainwater had collected in their hollows, and as it dripped from the leaves above, it fell into the pools with a melodic plink-plonk-plink, creating a gentle, watery symphony. And there, curled in a ball, was a very old, very sleepy hedgehog. Finn sat patiently, not wanting to startle him. He listened to the rain music and the soft snuffling of the hedgehog. After a long while, one beady eye opened. "HMPH," the hedgehog grunted. A human, they always forget. They forget the taste of the first berry of summer. They forget the sound of the forest when it was young. "I'm here to listen," Finn said gently. "The stars are disappearing. The flowers are changing color. The clock trembles. Do you remember why?" The hedgehog uncurled slightly. "I remember when the sky was new," he murmured, his voice raspy with age. "The stars were sewn into place with threads of laughter and stories. The great storyteller did it, but stories need to be told, boy. They fade if they are forgotten." He explained that the clock tower wasn't just for telling time. It was a heartbeat, a rhythm that kept the stories of Whisperwood alive. Its gentle chimes were a reminder. But lately, the stories had been growing quiet. People were busy. Animals were anxious. The shared tales that wove the community together were being left untold. The key, the hedgehog said, pointing his snout towards a particularly large oak tree, is not a metal thing. It is a memory, a shared memory. Look for the squirrel's map. She hides it, but she will show you if you are kind. This was a red herring, but a delightful one. Finn went to the great oak and found a squirrel, busy stuffing a last acorn into a knothole. He offered her a piece of plum cake from his pocket. She took it, chattering thanks. The hedgehog said, "You have a map," Finn said. The squirrel flicked her tail. "A map? No map, but I have a secret," she chirped, proud of her treasure. She led him to a hollow in the tree, and inside, tucked away from the rain, was not a map, but a collection of tiny, beautifully painted portraits on birch bark. They were pictures of every animal and human in Whisperwood, drawn by a squirrel's nimble paws over many generations. It was a history, a storybook of faces. It wasn't the key, but it was a clue, a reminder that their community was built on knowing one another. As Finn admired the portraits, a hoot from above made him look up. An owl was perched on a branch, a single, long, silver feather caught in the moonlight drifting down from its wing. Finn caught it. The pattern on the feather was extraordinary. It wasn't just lines and spots. It looked like a tiny, perfect constellation. The very constellation that was missing from the sky, the squirrel's hoard. The owl hooted again, a soft, knowing sound. The stories are in the sky, it seemed to say. And the sky is reflected in us. Finn pieced it together. The backwards trembling clock, the changing flowers, the missing stars, they were all symptoms. The cause was a fading of their shared identity, their collective memory. The key that hides from light was not an object but an action. It was the act of remembering together, under the night sky. He hurried back to the village and shared his discovery with everyone. He didn't command or demand, he simply told the story of what he had seen and heard, the worried mouse, the old hedgehog's wisdom, the squirrel's portrait gallery, and the owl's feather. He spoke of the nursery rhyme's true meaning. A quiet understanding settled over Whisperwood. That very night, as the clock tower chimed 9, no one went inside. Instead, guided by Finn, the entire community, humans, badgers, cats, mice, owls, and squirrels, gathered in the meadow at the edge of the woods. They brought blankets and lanterns that glowed with a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sounds of the night, the tinkling of cat collars as they settled, the rustle of blankets, the soft murmur of voices, and the distant, rhythmic sigh of the waves on the shore of the nearby lake, a sound that had been there all along, a constant, soothing breath. And then they began to tell stories. Mrs. Willow told the story of how Tomkin the cat had rescued her best ball of yarn from a mischievous gust of wind. Bramble the badger told an ancient tale of the first seed that grew into the whispering woods. The squirrel, with much chattering and tail flicking, recounted the great acorn harvest of many seasons past. Finn told the story of his first loaf of bread, and how the village had kindly eaten it, even though it was a little burnt. As they spoke, a collective warmth grew, a visible, gentle glow that rose from the gathered community. It was a glow woven from laughter, from memory, from friendship. It spiraled up into the night sky, a soft, luminous thread. And then, one by one, the stars began to return. First, the bright acorn star winked back into existence, settling perfectly into the squirrel's hoard. Then others followed until the sky was once again a glittering tapestry of familiar friends. The constellations shone brighter than ever before, their light a gentle, silver benediction on the meadow below. As the last story was told, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft shower that smelled of fresh earth and renewal. And where the raindrops touched the flowers around the meadow, their colors shifted, not to one single hue, but to a beautiful, shimmering blend of all the colors they had ever been, a living memory of every yesterday, blooming in the present. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happenings had been the village's own soul, whispering to be remembered. The resolution was not a grand feat of magic, but a simple, profound act of community. From that night on, the weekly storytelling gathering in the meadow became as regular as the clock tower's chime. The animals that remembered things humans forgot now had willing ears to listen, and the humans shared tales the animals cherished. And Finn, the quiet baker's apprentice who listened to paw prints and nursery rhymes, went to sleep each night with the comforting sounds of the village in his ears. The 9 gentle chimes of the clock, the hoot of the owl, the rustle of the leaves, and the knowledge that in Whisperwood every mystery ended in warmth, understanding, and a sky full of stories, waiting to be told again. Story 12. The village of Silverwood Hollow nestled in a gentle curve of the Whispering River, a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the sweet chime of the clock tower mingled with the rustle of leaves from the ancient oaks that stood guard. Here, people and animals lived in easy companionship. Cats dozed on sun-warmed windowsills, dogs trotted alongside children on their way to school, and every evening the soft hoot of owls from the nearby Glimmerwood served as a gentle lullaby to the village. It was in this peaceful place that the mystery began. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky deepened from rose gold to twilight blue, a young baker named Rowan was closing up her shop, the Rising Loaf. She paused on her doorstep, wiping flour-dusted hands on her apron, and looked up. Something was amiss. The familiar constellations that usually twinkled so brightly above Silverwood Hollow seemed incomplete. The Great Bear was missing its tail. The weaver's loom had lost a crucial star from its shuttle. It was as if someone had plucked a handful of diamonds from the velvet night. The next morning the village buzzed with the peculiar news. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, swore his pocket watch had run backwards for a full minute. The flower beds in the town square, usually a blaze of late-blooming marigolds and asters, had shifted to pale, silvery hues overnight. And the sparrows, who usually chirped a cheerful dawn chorus, were unusually quiet, their heads cocked as if listening for a lost note. Rowan, whose curiosity was as reliable as her sourdough starter, felt a gentle tug to understand. She wasn't one for loud proclamations or frantic searches. Her way was one of quiet observation, of kneading dough while listening to the world, of noticing the small things others missed. Her first clue came not from a person, but from a creature. A badger named Barnaby, a stout, dignified fellow who lived in a tidy set at the edge of the Glimmerwood, often visited her back step for a crust of rye bread. That morning he didn't eat his offering. Instead, he nudged it with his nose, looked intently at Rowan with his dark, intelligent eyes, and then trundled off, pausing to glance back at her. "All right, Barnaby," Rowan murmured, untying her apron. "I'm listening." She followed him into the dappled light of the Glimmerwood. The air here was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine. She noticed other oddities. A family of squirrels was meticulously arranging acorns not in a hidden cache, but in a distinct pattern on a mossy log, a pattern that looked strangely like the missing tail of the Great Bear. A little further on, a brook that normally babbled southward was now flowing silently north, its surface as smooth as polished glass. Time, it seemed, was feeling indecisive. Rowan sat on a fallen log, closed her eyes, and just listened. She heard the gentle plink-plink of water droplets from a fern, the distant melody of the village wind chimes carried on the breeze, and the soft scrabble of Barnaby's claws as he dug near the base of a grandfather oak. He unearthed not a root or a grub, but a small, smooth stone with a symbol carved into it, a 5-pointed star. This reminded Rowan of an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing, a lullaby about the stars. When the silver bear loses his way, and the weaver's thread begins to fray, seek the heart where memories sleep, secrets the ancient forest keep. It had always seemed like nonsense, but now the words felt like a map. The heart where memories sleep. What did that mean? Her search led her to a red herring, though a delightful one. Following a trail of unusually large paw prints, she discovered not a fearsome beast, but a hidden burrow behind a waterfall of ivy. Inside, she found a family of hedgehogs curled in a nest woven from scraps of old letters and maps, their tiny snores echoing softly in the cozy space. The letters spoke of long-ago picnics and forgotten promises, a treasure of human memories kept safe by the creatures of the wood. It wasn't the answer, but it was a beautiful discovery that warmed her heart. Next, she noticed the birds. A flock of starlings swirled above the village, not in their usual chaotic murmuration, but in a precise, shifting shape that mirrored the missing star from the weaver's loom. They were trying to complete the pattern in the sky themselves. And the owls, who were the historians of the forest, began hooting a specific, repetitive sequence each night, 3 short hoots, a long, mournful one, and 2 quick chirps. It was a story in sound, a tale they remembered that the humans had forgotten. Rowan spent an entire day sitting in the clearing where the owls gathered, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, a thermos of chamomile tea at her side. She didn't try to force an answer. She just watched and listened. She saw a fox carefully place a gleaming quartz crystal in the hollow of a tree. She watched a rabbit trace spirals in the dew with its nose. She saw how the late afternoon sun hit the weather vane on the clock tower, casting a long, pointing shadow directly into the heart of the Glimmerwood. The final piece of the puzzle came from the most unexpected place, the color-changing flowers. As twilight fell, their silvery petals began to glow with a soft, internal light, creating a path. Rowan followed it, her footsteps quiet on the leaf litter. The path led her to the oldest part of the forest, to a magnificent gnarled willow tree whose branches swept the ground. This was the heart where memories sleep. Pushing aside the curtain of leaves, Rowan stepped inside the willow's dome. The air was still and fragrant. And there, in the center of the space, sat a small, sad-looking creature she had only ever heard of in stories, a starling. Not the bird, but a tiny, luminous being made of starlight and dream stuff, with eyes like ancient galaxies. It was hunched over, its light flickering weakly. The animals had gathered around it, Barnaby the badger, the pattern-making squirrels, the starlings and owls. They all looked at Rowan with hopeful eyes. She understood then. The starling was a keeper of celestial balance, a weaver of the night sky. It had grown lonely, for its purpose was a silent one, and over the centuries, the humans of Silverwood Hollow had stopped telling the stories, had stopped looking up with wonder. They had forgotten the magic they lived alongside. In its loneliness, the starling's light had begun to fade, and with it, the patterns in the sky had started to unravel. The backwards flowing time, the shifting colors, it was all a sympathetic echo of the starling's distress, a cry for attention from the world itself. Rowan didn't try to fix it with a grand gesture. She simply sat down beside the tiny being. She spoke to it in a soft voice, telling it about the day's baking, about the children laughing by the river, about the comforting sound of the clock tower. She hummed the old nursery rhyme. Then she did the most important thing, she listened. In the quiet that followed, she heard it, a faint musical hum, the sound of the starling's own story, a story of weaving light and guarding dreams. It was a story that needed to be shared. The resolution was not a secret to be hoarded, but a celebration to be shared. Rowan returned to the village and told everyone what she had discovered. That evening, the entire population of Silverwood Hollow, men, women, children, cats, dogs, and every creature from the Glimmerwood, gathered in the great meadow. They brought blankets and lanterns and baskets of food. They built a small, cheerful bonfire whose sparks danced up towards the incomplete sky. And then they began to tell stories. Old Mr. Hemlock told the tale of the first clock tower and how its chimes were tuned to the heartbeat of the river. Children recounted adventures with their animal friends. The elders shared legends of the forest that had been gathering dust in memory. They sang the old nursery rhymes. As they shared, as their collective wonder and connection filled the night air, something magical happened. Above them, the starling, perched now on the highest branch of the willow, began to glow brighter. Its light pulsed in time with the laughter and the music of the shared stories. One by one, the missing stars winked back into existence, brighter and more beautiful than before. The great bear's tail was restored, the weaver's loom was whole again. The sky was a masterpiece once more. The strange happenings ceased. The flowers returned to their warm autumn colors, the brook resumed its southward babble, and time flowed forward with its usual steady rhythm. But something had changed in Silverwood Hollow. The bond between its human and animal residents was deeper, woven together by the shared experience of the mystery. The nightly gathering in the meadow became a tradition, a time to share stories and look up at the stars with renewed gratitude. And as Rowan walked home that night, the gentle sounds of the village settling in, the soft whoosh of the bonfire dying down, the distant hoot of a contented owl, the friendly jingle of a cat's bell collar, wrapped around her like a warm blanket. She knew that the greatest mysteries were not solved by force, but by friendship, not by shouting, but by listening to the quiet world. And in the restored, brilliant sky, the stars twinkled down on Silverwood Hollow, a silent promise that as long as there were stories to share and friends to listen, the magic would never fade. Story 13. The village of Moonbeam Hollow nestled in a gentle valley where the forests grew thick with silver-barked trees and the streams sang soft melodies over smooth, gray stones. Here humans and animals lived in quiet harmony, sharing paths worn smooth by generations of paws and feet. Each evening, as twilight draped its indigo cloak over the rooftops, the villagers would light their lanterns, globes of golden light that bobbed like captive fireflies along the cobbled lanes. From the great clock tower in the village square, a melody of 9 chimes would ring out, each note clear as a raindrop, signaling the time for stories and starlight. But one autumn evening, as young Alara, a baker's daughter with a curious heart and a habit of listening to the wind, stepped outside to sweep the flour from her apron, she noticed something peculiar. The sky, usually thick with diamond-bright stars, seemed sparse. A patch above the Whispering Wood was dark, as though a handful of stars had been plucked clean away. At first, the villagers paid it little mind. "Just a passing cloud," said the clockmaker, winding the great gears in the tower. "Or perhaps the moon is feeling a little greedy tonight," chuckled the blacksmith as she banked her forge. But Alara, who knew the night sky as well as she knew the shapes of her own loaves of rosemary bread, felt a quiet unease. She wasn't frightened, no, in Moonbeam Hollow, fear was a rare visitor, but she was deeply intrigued. That night, as she lay in her bed under the eaves, she listened to the gentle patter-patter of rain on the slate roof and made a plan. She would find the missing stars. The next morning, with a basket of honey cakes and a flask of spiced apple tea, Alara set off toward the Whispering Wood. The forest welcomed her with the scent of damp earth and the rustle of creatures beginning their day. She hadn't gone far when she noticed a small red fox sitting neatly on a mossy stump, watching her with intelligent, amber eyes. "Good morning," Alara said softly, for in Moonbeam Hollow it was only polite to greet the animals, and they often answered in their own way. The fox, whose name was Finn, twitched one ear forward. He did not speak in human words, of course, but Alara had learned long ago that communication came in many forms. Finn hopped down from the stump and trotted a few paces ahead, then glanced back, clearly inviting her to follow. They walked together until they came to a clearing where the morning sun dappled the ferns in gold. There, nestled in the roots of an ancient oak, was a badger named Barnaby, looking unusually flustered. "The patterns are all wrong," Barnaby muttered, shuffling his paws over a bed of pine needles. He looked up at Alara, his black-striped face earnest. The stars have left their places, and the night feels unbalanced. Alara knelt. Do you know why? Barnaby shook his head. But the owls say the wind carries a new song, one about forgetting. This was the first clue, though Alara didn't know it yet. She shared a honey cake with Finn and Barnaby, and as they ate, she remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When stars forget to gleam and glance, and night has lost its silver dance, look not above, but down below, where sleepy, secret memories grow. It was a simple rhyme, one she thought was just a playful verse, but now it echoed in her mind like a map. For the next few days, Alara wandered the Whispering Wood, observing. She noticed that the squirrels were gathering acorns with unusual urgency, and the birds, especially the starlings, seemed to be flying in strange, looping patterns as if trying to trace shapes in the sky. One afternoon, as she sat by Glimmerbrook, she saw a kingfisher drop a single, iridescent feather into the water. The current caught it, spinning it in a slow, deliberate circle before it drifted toward a bend in the stream Alara had never explored. She followed. The stream led her to a part of the wood where the trees grew close, their branches woven into a living archway. Ferns brushed her knees, and the air hummed with the sound of distant wind chimes, though she knew there were no wind chimes for miles. Here she found another clue, a set of delicate, three-toed paw prints pressed into the mud. They were unlike any tracks she'd ever seen. They seemed to shimmer faintly, as though dusted with starlight. Alara carefully sketched the prints in her notebook, and that evening she showed them to an elderly tortoise named Myrtle, who lived in a thicket of lavender near the village square. Myrtle took a long time to answer, her wise, old eyes half closed. "Ah," she said at last. "Puka tracks, a memory weaver, they are shy folk rarely seen. They collect things that are lost, lost thoughts, lost songs, and sometimes lost light. So a puka has taken the stars?" Alara asked. "Not taken," Myrtle corrected gently. "Perhaps borrowed, or maybe they are trying to protect them. The pukas remember what others forget, follow the tracks, but be patient and listen." The next clue came from an unexpected place. Alara was studying the constellations from her bedroom window, noting the gaps in the sky, when she saw a pattern she hadn't noticed before. The remaining stars seemed to form the shape of a key, a long, elegant key with a curling bow. She rushed to the village archives, a cozy building smelling of old paper and beeswax, and searched through maps of the valley. On a very old map drawn on faded parchment, she found it, a place called the Keyhole Glade, deep in the heart of the Whispering Wood. It seemed the perfect answer, a clear destination. But when she arrived at the glade the following day, she found not stars, but a different wonder entirely. The Keyhole Glade was a sun-dappled circle where flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with the time of day, soft pink at dawn, brilliant blue at noon, and gentle violet at dusk. In the center stood a stone shaped like an enormous keyhole, and tucked into a crevice was a tiny, velvet pouch. Inside, Alara found a collection of polished stones, a lock of silvery hair tied with a ribbon, and a fragile, yellowed letter. The letter was from a young girl who had lived in the village long ago. She wrote of her friendship with a puka, and how they would meet in this glade to share stories. "He remembers everything," she wrote, "so I give him small treasures to keep safe for me. That way, even when I forget, our friendship remains." It was a red herring, a delightful, heartwarming discovery, but not the answer to the missing stars. Still, Alara felt richer for having found it. She carefully returned the treasures to their hiding place, her heart full. That night, as the clock tower chimed 9, Alara sat on her back step, listening. An owl hooted softly from the old willow tree. Another answered from the wood. Then a third, this one different, with a questioning lilt at the end. It was a conversation. She crept closer, staying in the shadows. The owls were speaking of a sadness, a loneliness. One of them, a great horned owl with feathers the color of night, said, "The weaving puka is grieving. It has forgotten how to remember." And then Alara understood. The puka hadn't stolen the stars, it was trying to preserve them. It believed that the world was forgetting the magic of the night, and so it had gathered the stars to keep them safe. But in its sorrow, it had forgotten that stars belong to everyone. The final clue came from the puka tracks themselves. Alara returned to the archway of trees and saw that the shimmering prints now formed a path leading toward the Starlight Meadow, a place where the villagers and animals gathered for the annual festival of constellations. She followed the trail, the forest around her alive with the gentle sounds of crickets and the distant shush of waves from Pearlshore Lake. In the center of the meadow, she found the puka. It was a small, gentle creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that held the deep, quiet light of a faraway galaxy. It was sitting very still, and cupped in its paws were the missing stars, not real stars, of course, but orbs of captured starlight, glowing with a soft, cool radiance. They pulsed gently, like sleeping fireflies. Alara did not speak. She simply sat down a few feet away and opened her basket. She took out a honey cake and broke it in half, setting one piece on a clean leaf between them. Then she waited. After a long silence, the puka looked up. Its eyes were sad. "They are forgetting the stories," it whispered, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "The stories the stars tell, I hear less and less laughter under the night sky. I see fewer faces turned upward. I was afraid the stars would fade away from lack of attention." Alara nodded, her heart swelling with empathy. "I understand," she said softly. "But by hiding them, the stories are being lost even faster. The stars aren't just for remembering, they are for sharing." She told the puka about the old letter she'd found, about the friendship between the girl and the puka of long ago. "She gave you her memories because she trusted you to hold them. We all need you to hold our shared memories, the stories in the stars, but we need to see them to remember." The puka looked at the glowing orbs in its hands, then up at the dark patch in the sky. A single shimmering tear traced a path down its furry cheek. "I was lonely in my remembering," it confessed. "You don't have to be," Alara said. "The remembering is what binds us all together." And so a plan was woven, not with thread, but with kindness. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed its 9 melodic notes, every villager and every animal who could make the journey gathered in the Starlight Meadow. They brought blankets and lanterns, and they sat together on the soft grass, humans beside badgers, foxes curled near children, owls perched on the shoulders of the elderly. The puka, emboldened by the warmth of the community, stepped into the center of the gathering. With a graceful, sweeping motion, it released the captured starlight. The orbs rose into the air, swirling upward like a reverse snowfall, and settled back into their places in the velvet sky. The constellation was whole again, shining more brightly than ever, as if grateful to be home. A soft sigh of wonder moved through the crowd. Then one by one they began to share stories, stories of their ancestors, tales of bravery and kindness, funny mishaps, and quiet moments of beauty. The puka listened, its eyes no longer sad, and added stories of its own, ancient tales that only it remembered. That night, under the restored canopy of stars, the community of Moonbeam Hollow grew closer than it had ever been. They made a promise to gather in the meadow more often, to share stories and stargaze together, so that no one, human, animal, or magical being, would ever feel alone in their remembering. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping a soothing rhythm on the leaves, and the wind chimes of the village sang their distant, glassy song, Alara walked home, her hand resting gently on Finn the fox's back. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and a willingness to listen to the quietest voices in the wood. The stars twinkled down, their light weaving a tapestry of silver over the dreaming village, a silent promise that some mysteries, when solved, don't just restore what was lost. They make the world richer, warmer, and more deeply connected than it was before. And in Moonbeam Hollow, that was a story worth remembering forever. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the window, the world is wrapped in a blanket of deep, velvety blue, where stars are beginning to prick the darkness like tiny, distant lanterns. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your own blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a story about a quiet boy, a lost light, and the journey that warmed them both. In a little house at the edge of a great, whispering forest lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, whose footsteps were as soft as falling petals, and whose voice was seldom louder than the rustle of mice in the wainscoting. He loved the world, but he often felt he was watching it from a slight distance, like looking through a beautiful, frosted window. His greatest comfort was his grandmother, and his greatest treasure was a small ceramic teacup she had given him. It was no ordinary teacup. It was the color of a stormy twilight, a deep blue-gray, and painted upon its side was a single, perfect foxglove flower. But the true magic of it was revealed only in the dark. When the sun dipped below the hills and the room grew dim, the foxglove would begin to glow. It started as the faintest ember, a mere suggestion of light, and as the darkness deepened, so did its radiance, until it shone with the warm, gentle luminescence of a captive firefly. Leo would place it on his bedside table each night, and its soft, foxglove light would push back the shadows, filling his room with a cozy, amber warmth that felt like a silent, visual hug. One evening, as a crisp autumn wind sang a tuneless song through the pine trees, Leo's grandmother fell ill. It wasn't a loud or frightening illness, but a quiet, weary one that made her hands tremble and her voice fade to a whisper. The doctor came and went, speaking in low tones, and the house grew still and solemn. Leo, feeling a cold knot of worry tighten in his chest, did the only thing he could think to do. He carefully filled the magical teacup with chamomile tea and honey, hoping its warm light could somehow seep into his grandmother and make her well. But as he carried it to her room, his small, anxious hands fumbled. The teacup slipped. It didn't shatter, but it tumbled down the 3 steps leading to the kitchen, landing with a soft clink on the rag rug. Leo scooped it up, his heart pounding. The cup was whole, but the foxglove was dark. The ember glow had been utterly extinguished. A profound sadness, deeper and colder than any he had ever felt, settled over Leo. It felt as if the very heart of his home had gone out. That night his room was full of unfamiliar shadows, and the knot of worry in his chest grew thorns. As he lay staring at the dark spot on his bedside table, a thought, fragile as a spider's thread, wove its way into his mind. The light wasn't just gone, it was lost. And perhaps, just perhaps, it could be found again. The next morning he packed a small satchel with a piece of bread, a wedge of cheese, and the dark, silent teacup. He kissed his sleeping grandmother's warm forehead, and with a deep breath that tasted of courage and autumn leaves, he stepped into the forest. The world outside was a symphony of sensory delight. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. His feet crunched on a carpet of gold and crimson, and above, the sun filtered through the thinning canopy in shafts of dusty gold. But Leo felt very small and very alone. He walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing deeper and the light growing stranger, until he found himself in a part of the woods he had never seen before. Here the trees were ancient, their bark gnarled and wise, and a deep quiet had fallen, broken only by the occasional sigh of the wind. It was there, sitting on a moss-covered log with the hopelessness beginning to bloom in his chest, that he heard a soft rustle. Not a scary rustle, but a deliberate, curious one. From behind a thicket of ferns, a pair of bright, intelligent eyes emerged. Then a sharp, delicate face, topped with a pair of tufted ears. It was a great gray owl, so still it seemed carved from the twilight itself. "Lost things have a certain scent," the owl said, its voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant whisper, like wind through pine needles. "It is a scent of sorrow and memory. I am called Hoot Hush. You carry it with you, small one." Leo, too surprised to be afraid, held out the teacup. "The light is gone from my cup," he whispered, his own voice sounding very small. "My grandmother is unwell, and the light was our comfort. I need to find it." Hoot Hush blinked its enormous, liquid dark eyes slowly. "Light that is born of love is not truly lost," it mused. "It has only wandered. This is a quest not for strong arms, but for a soft heart. I will guide you, for the paths of lost light are known to the children of the moon." And so their friendship began. Hoot Hush did not lead with grand, sweeping flights, but with gentle, patient glides from one branch to the next, always staying within sight. Its presence was a profound comfort. Leo would walk and the owl would follow, a silent, feathered sentinel in the dappled light. Their journey led them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the world began to change. The ordinary oaks and pines began to be interspersed with trees whose leaves were silver, shimmering with their own soft light. The very air grew warmer, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and warm stone. They had crossed, without even realizing it, into a hidden world nestled within the familiar one, the Glimmerwood. It was a place of breathtaking, gentle beauty. Streams chuckled over stones that glowed with a soft, blue luminescence. Fungus on the tree trunks pulsed with a slow, green light, like sleepy, earthly hearts. Fireflies, not just yellow, but sapphire and emerald, drifted through the air like living jewels. It was a world woven from starlight and dreams. Here, Hoot-Hush whispered, alighting on a branch just above Leo's head, is where things that are missed wait to be remembered. As they walked, Leo began to notice soft, strange happenings. A cluster of glowing mushrooms would dim as he passed, then brighten again once he was gone. A path of luminous pebbles would appear, leading them forward, only to fade away behind them. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding not with clues, but with feelings. He felt that the forest itself was watching, testing the quality of his spirit. They came upon a small, clear pond, its surface a perfect mirror for the silver-leafed trees that surrounded it. In the center of the pond, something glowed beneath the water, a steady, warm, amber light. Leo's heart leapt. Is that it? Patience, Hoot-Hush counseled. The light is guarded. As if on cue, the reeds at the edge of the pond parted, and a creature emerged. It was a small fox, but its fur was the color of the night sky, sprinkled with what looked like tiny, glittering stars. Its eyes held the same warm, amber glow as the lost foxglove light. The star fox did not snarl or threaten. It simply sat, wrapping its glittering tail around its paws, and looked at Leo with an ancient, sad wisdom. It holds a piece of the warmth, Hoot-Hush explained softly. Its own light has grown cold and lonely. It hoards the warmth it finds, but it cannot truly feel it. Leo understood then. This wasn't about fighting or stealing. It was about understanding. He knelt by the water's edge, not reaching, not demanding, just being present. He remembered his grandmother's laugh, the smell of her baking bread, the feeling of her hand on his forehead. He thought of his own loneliness before he had met Hoot-Hush. He looked at the star fox and saw not a guardian to be defeated, but a creature as lonely as he had been. He didn't have anything to give but his own small courage. Slowly, he took the piece of bread from his satchel. It was a little stale now, but it was all he had. He broke it in half and placed one piece on a flat stone near the water. I'm lonely too sometimes, Leo said, his voice barely a whisper in the hushed glade. But sharing a journey makes the path less dark. The star fox looked from Leo to the bread to the patient Hoot-Hush. It crept forward, its starry fur rippling, and delicately ate the bread. Then it did something remarkable. It nudged the other half of the bread back toward Leo with its nose. It was a small act. A tiny, almost insignificant gesture of kindness. But in that moment, the amber glow in the fox's eyes seemed to soften, to become less of a possession and more of a shared feeling. The fox turned and looked into the pond. The light beneath the water stirred, then rose, floating to the surface not as a mere ball of light, but in the distinct, beautiful shape of a foxglove flower. It drifted to the edge of the pond and came to rest at Leo's feet. He picked it up. It was weightless, a thing of pure, warm light. As he held it, the painted foxglove on his teacup began to shimmer. He brought the light close and it flowed from his hand, seeping back into the ceramic, filling the painted flower until it glowed once more, even brighter and warmer than before. The star fox made a soft, chuffing sound, and for the first time the amber light in its eyes seemed to spread, warming its entire starlit body from within. It was no longer hoarding warmth, it had found its own. It gave Leo one last, grateful look before turning and disappearing into the Glimmerwood, its light now a part of it, not separate from it. The journey back was different. Leo carried the glowing teacup carefully, its light pushing back the twilight of the forest. Hoot-Hush flew beside him, a silent, proud companion. Leo did not feel like a quiet boy watching the world through a window anymore. He felt a part of it. He had been afraid, but he had been brave in his small way. He had been lonely, but he had offered friendship. He had been sad, but he had sought a solution. The forest had not transformed him with a grand spell, but with quiet moments of courage and connection. When he arrived home, the house was still quiet, but the deep, chilling solemnity was gone. He went straight to his grandmother's room. Her eyes were closed, but as he entered, holding the glowing teacup before him like a tiny, personal sunrise, her eyelids fluttered open. She saw the light, and then she saw him. A slow, weary, but genuine smile touched her lips. "Leo," she breathed. "You found it." "I found more than that, Grandma," he said, placing the cup on her bedside table. The warm, foxglove glow filled the room, painting everything in hues of honey and amber. He told her everything about Hoot Hush, the Glimmerwood, the star fox, and the sharing of bread. As he spoke, a little color returned to her cheeks. It wasn't a miraculous cure, but it was a beginning. The light hadn't healed her body, but it had mended the worried, lonely space that had grown between them, warming her spirit as surely as it warmed the room. That night Leo slept in the chair beside her bed, the teacup glowing softly between them. Hoot Hush, from its perch in the old oak tree outside the window, gave a soft, contented whisper of a hoot before closing its eyes. And so the light was back where it belonged, not just in a cup, but in a heart that had learned to be brave, and in a friendship that spanned the world between the waking and the dream. The boy who had been quiet had found his voice not in shouting, but in listening, not in taking, but in sharing. And as you listen to the soft crackle of this fire and feel the weight of your own blankets, remember that the smallest lights, a kind word, a shared silence, a piece of stale bread offered to a lonely soul, can often illuminate the darkest paths, guiding us safely home, to curl up, warm and content, ready for a night of peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly, a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the bridge of whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze. Deeper in the Valewood they faced the shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. Friendship, Pip chirped through chattering teeth, is a good shield against the cold. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. You see me, it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. I only wanted to be near something warm, Frost whispered. But my touch brings frost. Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. I'm so tired of being cold. Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. Let's share our warmth. Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The Shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the Willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. Thank you for seeing me. Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember. Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The nebula outside the viewport swirled in gentle tendrils of violet and gold, like spilled watercolors dancing in zero gravity. Inside the small, orbiting habitat they called the Starlight Haven, two very different beings watched the cosmic ballet unfold. Kalen, from the crystalline world of Lyra, had skin that shimmered with soft inner light, changing hues with his emotions. When he was thoughtful, he glowed a deep indigo. When amused, flecks of gold danced across his cheeks. His long, slender fingers could weave light into temporary shapes, stories told in shimmering holograms that hovered in the air before fading like morning mist. His companion, Rin, hailed from the oceanic planet of Maris, where communication happened through complex harmonies. Her body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light like mother of pearl, and when she moved, she created a soft, musical rustling. Her voice wasn't spoken but sung, gentle melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. They had found each other quite by accident when both their ships needed repairs at the same remote way station. What began as shared space in a maintenance bay had blossomed into something far more precious, a friendship that spanned star systems. Their sanctuary, the Starlight Haven, was a forgotten observation deck they had discovered and restored together. It floated at the edge of the Calaxian Nebula, where star formation painted the darkness with newborn suns. They had filled the circular room with floating gardens of bioluminescent plants from Kalen's world that pulsed with soft light, and Rin had brought singing crystals from her oceans that hummed when starlight touched them. The air smelled of stardust and the sweet nectar from the glowing flowers. In the center of their haven hung their greatest collaboration, the Harmony Weaver. It was a delicate structure of crystalline filaments and resonant chambers that translated Kalen's light patterns into music and Rin's songs into cascades of color. Through this beautiful invention, they had learned to understand each other beyond their native ways of communication. One evening, as the nebula outside deepened to a rich plum color, Kalen noticed Rin's usual cheerful melody had taken on a somber, minor key. Her scales had dulled to a muted gray-green. He glowed a soft, questioning blue and created a hologram of a question mark floating between them. Rin responded with a melody that spoke of longing and distance. Through the Harmony Weaver, her song transformed into swirling silver lights that formed images of vast oceans under twin moons. Kalen understood. She was homesick. In response, he began weaving light into stories, tales of the crystal forests of Lyra, where light dancers performed for the auroras, and of the great singing mountains that hummed with the planet's rotation. As he painted with light, Rin's melody gradually brightened, her scales regaining their iridescent shine. Their days together were filled with such moments of shared discovery. Rin learned that when Kalen flashed bright orange, it meant he had discovered something wonderful. Kalen discovered that Rin's highest-pitched harmonies expressed delight. But not all their interactions were seamless. Their different biologies and cultures sometimes led to amusing misunderstandings. One morning, Kalen noticed Rin gathering moisture from the air with her scales, a normal hydration process for her species. Concerned she might be thirsty, he brought her what he considered the ultimate gesture of care on his world, a cup of liquid light, shimmering with captured starlight. Rin, touched by the gesture but unfamiliar with the substance, attempted to drink it. The result was a symphony of sneezes that sent musical notes bouncing around the room, each sneeze accompanied by Kalen flashing bright pink with surprise and concern. When they realized what had happened through the Harmony Weaver, Rin's laughter came out as a cascade of bell-like notes, and Kalen's light show turned to dancing rainbow patterns of amusement. Another time, Rin tried to share her people's traditional greeting, a gentle humming that created soothing vibrations in the water back home. She didn't realize that the particular frequency she used made Kalen's light patterns temporarily go haywire, causing him to flash like a malfunctioning sign. Once they sorted out the misunderstanding, they spent the next hour experimenting with different frequencies, discovering which harmonies complemented which colors, turning a moment of confusion into a game of cosmic synesthesia. Their quietest, most cherished moments came during what they called star watches. They would float near the great viewport, sipping their respective nourishments, Kalen absorbing ambient light, Rin drinking reconstituted mineral water, and simply watch the universe unfold. During one such watch, a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the nebula. Rin began a soft, wordless lullaby that seemed to match the rhythm of the falling stars. Kalen, in turn, created gentle light patterns that danced in time with her melody. For that timeless hour, their two forms of expression became one seamless conversation, a duet of light and sound celebrating the beauty beyond their window. As weeks turned into months, they developed their own blended culture within the Starlight Haven. They created new traditions, like first light, when they would greet the reflection of the nearest star rising behind the nebula, Kalen weaving intricate light patterns while Rin sang the sun's awakening song. They celebrated tide turn, marking the movement of Maris's oceans, by floating in the center of the room while Rin hummed the deep songs of her home, and Kalen created watery light simulations on the walls. One day a problem arose that tested their unique friendship. The harmony weaver began malfunctioning, the lights flickered unpredictably, and the music came out distorted. At first they tried to fix it together, but their different approaches only made things worse. Kalen, whose people solved problems through silent contemplation, retreated to a corner to glow thoughtfully. Rin, whose culture addressed challenges through collaborative singing, began increasingly complex melodies aimed at troubleshooting. The more she sang, the more Kalen's lights flickered with overwhelmed confusion. The more he withdrew, the more frantic her songs became. For the first time since they'd met, there was discord in their sanctuary. Finally, Rin fell silent, her scales dimmed with frustration. Kalen, noticing her distress, glowed a soft, apologetic lavender. He floated over to her and did something he'd never tried before. He gently placed his luminous hand on her shoulder. The contact sent warm pulses of light through her scales, a simple gesture that needed no translation. In that moment of reconnection, they realized the solution wasn't in their respective ways of problem solving, but in creating a new way together. So they began again, slowly. Kalen would create simple light shapes, showing what he observed was wrong. Rin would respond with single, clear notes of understanding. Piece by piece, note by shimmering note, they recalibrated the harmony weaver, their patience with each other mending what was broken far beyond the machine itself. When the final crystal was aligned, the harmony weaver blossomed to life with a spectacular display of color and sound more beautiful than before. They had not just repaired it, they had improved it, their combined wisdom creating something stronger than what either could have made alone. That night, as they watched the nebula swirl in cosmic splendor, Rin began a new song, one that spoke of gratitude and enduring friendship. Kalen's light glowed in warm amber waves, weaving patterns that told of bonds that span light years. Through their shared creation, their two separate languages became one poetry of understanding. They came to understand that the universal language wasn't light or sound or any specific form of communication. It was the patience to listen beyond words, the courage to express beyond familiarity, and the kindness to bridge the space between different worlds. Their Starlight Haven had become more than a shelter. It was a living testament that any beings, no matter how different, could create something beautiful together. As the central star of the system began its cycle of rest, casting long shadows through their sanctuary, Kalen created one final light story, a simple image of their two forms side by side, watching the stars, surrounded by the blended beauty they had made together. Rin answered with a soft, soothing melody that promised tomorrow would bring new wonders to share. And in the quiet hum of their orbiting home, surrounded by singing crystals and glowing gardens, two friends from different stars watched the universe turn, knowing that no matter how vast the darkness between worlds, the light of friendship could always find its way home. The attic always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, a scent that seemed to linger no matter the season. On this particular afternoon, with rain tapping gentle fingers against the roof, a young girl named Clara had been sent to find her grandmother's old sewing box. The air was still and thick with memories, and the only light came from a single dusty window pane, through which the gray afternoon spilled like weak tea. Creak went the floorboards beneath her feet, a familiar song she'd known since childhood. She moved past towers of hat boxes, a dress form draped in a ghostly sheet, and a wicker trunk full of mothball-scented woolens. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a fractured mirror and a stack of National Geographic magazines, was an old sea chest she'd never noticed before. It was made of dark wood, banded with tarnished brass, and on its lid was a carving of a compass rose, though the directions were marked not with letters but with tiny, intricate symbols. A teapot, a book, a key, and a feather. Her curiosity, a much stronger force than her mission, took over. With a soft thump, she sat before it. The latch was stubborn, but after a moment's struggle, it gave way with a satisfying clunk. The lid opened on groaning hinges, releasing a puff of air that smelled of cedar and distant, rain-washed streets. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a simple, beautifully crafted compass. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was of creamy porcelain. The needle, a sliver of shimmering mother-of-pearl, did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun, finally settling not on a direction, but on the little carved teapot on the lid of the chest. Clara picked it up. It was warm to the touch. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, silvery chime echoed through the attic, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The needle glowed with a faint, milky light. "Well now," said a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves. "It's been an age." Clara nearly dropped the compass. Peering from behind a stack of books was a ginger cat of impressive size and dignified bearing. He had one eye of gold and one of green, and his tail twitched with an air of mild impatience. You can talk." Clara whispered, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. "Everyone can talk," the cat replied, meticulously washing a paw. "Most simply choose to say very dull things. I am Alistair, and you have awakened the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't do that for just anyone, you know. It requires a certain quality of quiet." "What does it do?" Clara asked, her voice full of wonder. "It doesn't point to where you are," Alistair explained, leaping gracefully onto the sea chest with a soft thud. "It points to where you need to be, a much more complicated business. Currently, it seems you are in dire need of a cup of tea." The needle, indeed, was steadfastly aimed at the teapot symbol. "But how do I follow it?" Clara asked. "You hold the intention in your heart, take a step, and listen," said a new voice, small and quick as a mouse's heartbeat. From a hole in the wainscoting, a tiny mouse with spectacles perched on the end of her nose emerged. She clutched a minute, leather-bound notebook. "The compass measures journeys of the spirit, not the stride. I am Pip, the cartographer of inner realms, delighted to make your acquaintance." And so, with the Hearthstone compass glowing in her hand, Clara took a step forward in the dusty attic. The world did not blur or spin, but shifted. The rain-tapped window seemed to stretch, the shadows deepened, and the air grew stiller. With another step, the towers of boxes and trunks rearranged themselves into a corridor of towering, cloth-bound cliffs. The familiar attic had become an unknown landscape. "The first challenge is always the veil of whispers," Pip chirped from Clara's shoulder, making notes in her book. "Don't listen too closely." A wind Clara couldn't feel began to rustle the papers stacked high on either side of her. At first it was just a sound, like the pages of 1,000 books being turned all at once. Then the rustling formed words. you'll never find your way back, one whisper hissed. The sewing box is all that matters, why are you wandering? Sighed another. This is just a silly dream, a third chuckled, dry and brittle. Clara felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The needle on the compass wavered. Alistair, walking regally at her side, purred, a sound like a tiny, contented motor. Ar-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The whispers have no power, he rumbled, unless you lend them your fear. They are just old stories no one bothered to finish. Pay them no mind. Clara took a deep breath, focusing on the warm, steady purr and the gentle glow of the compass. She held the intention of kindness in her heart, kindness for her own curiosity, for this strange adventure. She took another step, and then another. The whispers faded, becoming once more just the innocent rustling of forgotten papers. The corridor opened into a vast, circular space. In the center stood a grand, cobweb-choked clock, its hands frozen at a minute to midnight. All around its base was a tangled, glistening web, and in the center of the web sat a large, sorrowful-looking spider, dabbing at her many eyes with a tiny lace handkerchief. Sniffle. Sob. The keeper of lost time, Pip whispered. She's always so upset. She can't get the clock to chime, and until it does, this part of the journey remains stuck. The spider looked up, her eyes gleaming like dewdrops. Oh, hello, she wept. Don't mind me, it's been so long since it made a sound. A proper clock should sing, but the mechanism is jammed with regrets and if-onlys, and my legs are too clumsy to fix it. The compass needle now pointed directly at the spider. This, then, was where Clara needed to be. Perhaps I can help, Clara said softly, kneeling at the edge of the web. What seems to be the trouble? The spider, whose name was Arabella, gestured with a delicate leg to the clock's interior, visible through a glass panel. Inside, among the gears and cogs, were tangled gossamer threads that shimmered with sad, gray light. They're all the little sorrows that get caught in the works, she explained. Every I wish I had, and I'm sorry I didn't, they've gummed up everything. Clara didn't have tools or magic, but she remembered the lesson of the veil. She had kindness and she had patience. Would you like to tell me about them? Clara asked. Sometimes giving a sorrow a voice is the first step to untangling it. So Arabella did. She spoke of lonely evenings and unfinished webs, of missed connections and conversations that never happened. As she spoke, Clara listened, her presence a quiet, steady comfort. And as each small sorrow was acknowledged, one of the gray, glistening threads inside the clock would loosen, then unravel into a soft, silver dust that drifted away. Alistair sat nearby, his purr a constant, soothing rhythm. Pip made encouraging notes. Tick-tock went the clock as a gear, suddenly freed, shifted a fraction of an inch. Finally, the last gray thread dissolved. There was a deep, resonant click from within the clock's heart. The frozen hands shuddered, then began to move. They swept up to the 12, and the attic was filled with the most beautiful, melodic chime Clara had ever heard. It wasn't a loud, jarring sound, but a soft, profound note that vibrated in the chest and seemed to set everything right. Bong. Arabella the spider wept again, but this time they were tears of joy. Thank you, she whispered, her web now gleaming with happy, diamond-like dewdrops. You've fixed more than the clock. The way ahead was now clear, leading to a cozy nook under the eaves that Clara was sure hadn't been there before. A small round table was set for tea, with a steaming pot and 2 china cups. The compass needle glowed brightly, pointing at the teapot. The journey was complete. Sitting in the chair was a kind-faced woman who looked familiar, her image faded like an old photograph. It was Clara's grandmother as a young woman. She smiled. You found your way, she said, her voice like the chiming of the clock. The compass always leads you where you need to go. Sometimes it's to a place of help, like dear Arabella. Sometimes it's to a quiet moment of understanding. And sometimes, she said, pouring a cup of chamomile tea that smelled of honey and sunlight, it's simply to a nice cup of tea. They sat for a while in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle clink of china and the soft, rhythmic purring of Alistair, who had curled up at their feet. Pip was contentedly sketching the scene in her tiny book. The greatest adventures, her grandmother said finally, are the ones that teach us how to be brave in our own hearts, to be kind when we are afraid and patient when we are lost. You measured your journey well today, my dear. The image of her grandmother began to fade, along with the cozy nook. The world shifted back, the shadows retreating, the towers of clutter returning to their familiar, dusty places. Clara found herself sitting once more before the old sea chest, the warm hearthstone compass still in her hand, though its light was now gentle and dormant. She wasn't in the strange, expanded attic anymore, but she felt different inside. Larger, somehow. Braver. The rain had stopped, and a sliver of golden evening light pierced the dusty window. She carefully placed the compass back in its velvet nest and closed the lid of the chest with a soft, final thump. She knew it would be there if she ever needed it again. Then she stood, brushed the dust from her knees, and walked to the other side of the attic, where she found her grandmother's sewing box right where it was supposed to be. As she carried it downstairs, the ordinary sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant chatter of the television, felt like a warm blanket. She had traveled far without ever leaving the attic. She had faced whispers with courage and untangled sorrows with kindness. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that no matter how ordinary a place might seem, it could always hold the most extraordinary secrets, waiting for a quiet heart to discover them. In the velvet expanse where star systems swirl like sugar dust in cosmic tea, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as Starlight Haven. It was not a grand place by any galactic standard, but it possessed a gentle magic. Its domed roof was spun from a crystalline material that drank in the light of distant suns and nebulae, and by night it would glow with a soft, internal luminescence, like a lantern left burning in a window for weary travelers. It was to this quiet refuge that two very different souls found their way. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a planet where the very atmosphere hummed with gentle harmonies. His name was Kalen, and he was covered in a coat of fur that shifted in color with his mood, a soft, swirling aurora that danced across his body. When he was content, it was the pale blue of a morning sky. When curious, it shimmered with flecks of silver and gold. He communicated not with words, but with a symphony of colors and soft, melodic hums that resonated from a small, crystal-like organ on his chest. He had come to Starlight Haven to listen. His people were archivists of cosmic song, and he was there to record the faint, musical whispers of dying stars. The second was a traveler from the silicate jungles of Xylos, a small, delicate creature named Pip. Pip's body was like living quartz, faceted and clear, and inside her tiny, glowing motes of light, her thoughts and feelings, drifted and swirled like fireflies in a jar. She spoke in patterns of light, a silent, shimmering language that painted pictures in the air. She had fled the noisy, bustling trade routes of her system, seeking a place of quiet contemplation, a place to watch the slow, beautiful dance of galaxies without interruption. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Kalen was in the main observatory chamber, his fur a calm, steady blue, humming a low note to calibrate his recording sphere, when Pip tumbled through the portal, her internal lights flashing a frantic, startled orange. Kalen, surprised, flinched. His fur instantly bloomed into a brilliant, warning red, and a sharp, discordant chime erupted from his chest. Pip, interpreting the red and the loud sound as aggression, froze. Her lights dimmed to a fearful, pulsing gray. She retreated into a corner, her crystalline form clicking softly against the floor. For a long time they simply watched each other from across the room, a silent standoff between a creature of color and sound and a being of light and silence. The misunderstanding lasted for nearly a full cycle of the station's day. Kalen tried to approach once, his fur shifting to a tentative, questioning yellow. Pip responded by flashing a rapid, defensive sequence of white sparks. They were two songs in different keys, unable to find a harmony. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from a shared need. The station's environmental systems, old and slightly neglected, chose that moment to falter. A creeping chill began to seep into the observatory. Kalen's fur fluffed up, turning a worried, shivering violet. Pip's light swirled slowly, a visible manifestation of her discomfort. Driven by the simple, universal desire for warmth, Kalen moved to the central heating conduit, a beautiful, organic-looking structure that pulsed with geothermal energy. He began to hum a low, coaxing melody and placed his paws on its surface. The conduit, responsive to sonic frequencies, began to glow a little brighter, emitting a gentle warmth. Pip, watching from her corner, saw the intent, not the aggression. Her fear light softened. Slowly, hesitantly, she drifted closer. She didn't know his songs, but she understood warmth. She extended a slender, crystalline hand towards the conduit, and the motes inside her began to swirl in a calm, rhythmic pattern. As her inner light fell upon the conduit, the device seemed to recognize her frequency too, and its glow stabilized, spreading a deep, comforting heat throughout the chamber. Kalen looked at Pip, his fur shifting from violet to a surprised, then appreciative, soft green. He let out a gentle, chiming purr. Pip's light sparkled in a soft, golden pattern that looked remarkably like a smile. That was the beginning. Their shared shelter, Starlight Haven, became their workshop for friendship. They found a neglected hydroponics bay, a room with a vast, transparent dome that looked out upon the swirling lavender and cobalt ribbons of the Serenity Nebula. Together, they decided to make it their own. Kalen, with his sonic gifts, would hum to the seeds they found in the station's archives, seeds for glowing moon moss and star petals that unfurled only in starlight. His melodies encouraged them to grow, to reach for the artificial sun lamps. Pip, with her light, would trace nurturing patterns over the soil, her inner glow providing a spectrum the plants seemed to love. Soon the bay was a thriving, miniature Eden. Silvery vines crept up the walls, bioluminescent fungi dotted the corners like tiny lanterns, and in the center, a pool of clear water reflected the nebula above. It was their garden, a safe space built not from grand designs, but from shared, quiet effort. Their days settled into a gentle rhythm, punctuated by moments of hilarious cultural confusion. Once Kalen brought Pip a drink he had synthesized, a bubbling, fragrant nectar that was a great delicacy on Lyria. He presented it with his fur glowing a proud, cheerful orange. Pip, touched by the gift, took a sip. Instantly her entire body lit up in a frantic, flashing rainbow, and she let out a silent, vibrating shudder. The nectar, it turned out, was intensely effervescent to her crystalline palate, creating a sensation akin to being tickled by 1,000 tiny feathers. Kalen, alarmed by her flashing lights, thought she was in distress, and his fur turned a panicked blue. It was only when Pip's lights settled into a pattern of wobbly, laughing spirals that he understood. His own fur melted into ripples of amused pink, and he hummed a laughing trill. They learned that day that Pip preferred still water infused with the faint light of distant quasars. Another time, Pip tried to show Kalen a Xylian game of thought patterns, creating intricate, shimmering labyrinths of light in the air for him to follow. Kalen, whose mind worked in melodies and colors, became hopelessly lost, his fur swirling in a frustrated, confused brown. Pip, seeing his struggle, gently dissolved the complex pattern, and instead painted a simple, glowing image of the two of them sitting in their garden. The gesture was so kind, so clear, that Kalen's confusion vanished, replaced by a warm, contented azure. But the most profound moments were the quiet ones. As the station rotated, their favorite spot became a cushioned nook in their garden, directly under the dome. There they would sit for hours, watching the cosmos perform its silent ballet. Pip would rest her crystalline head against Kalen's softly humming, warm side, his fur a constant, soothing blue. She didn't need to see his colors to know his mood. She could feel the vibration of his contentment through her form. He didn't need to see her light patterns to understand her feelings. He could sense the peaceful, slow drift of her inner motes. They learned to speak a new language, one that had no dictionary, but was richer than any other. It was a language woven from the shared scent of their moon moss, the comfortable silence between them, the way Kalen would hum a specific, gentle lullaby when Pip seemed sad, and the way Pip would glow with a steady, reassuring gold when Kalen was recording a particularly beautiful stellar melody. It was a language built on patience, on observation, and on the simple, courageous act of offering kindness, without the expectation of it being understood in the same way. One evening, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the nebula, a profound understanding settled between them. Kalen, his fur a deep, thoughtful indigo, began to hum a new melody. It was not a recording of a star, but a song of his own creation. It was a melody of meeting, of initial red fear, softening into yellow curiosity, blooming into the green of their garden, and finally settling into this deep, peaceful blue of companionship. As he hummed, Pip leaned closer. Her inner lights began to move, not in her native Xylian patterns, but in direct response to his song. She painted the air with light, creating swirling visuals of a red flash meeting a gray pulse, of them working side by side in the garden, of them sharing a laugh over the bubbly nectar. Her light dance was a perfect, silent translation of his sound song. They had not just learned to coexist, they had learned to harmonize. Illyrian's song and Xylian's light had become a single, beautiful expression of friendship. The universe is vast and filled with worlds of unimaginable difference. The languages are countless, the customs strange, the ways of being seemingly alien. But in a quiet observatory on the edge of a nebula, two beings proved that the one language that needs no translation is written in the heart. It is the language of a shared warmth against the cold, of a patient smile after a misunderstanding, of a quiet presence in the face of the immense, star-dusted dark. And as Kalen and Pip sat together, his hum a soft vibration in the air and her light a gentle glow in the night, the stars outside seemed to shine just a little brighter, as if they too were bearing witness to the simple, cosmic truth that kindness is the one signal that every soul, in every corner of the sky, can understand. The Starlight Haven was no longer just a refuge, it was a home, a testament to the bridge that can be built between any two worlds, so long as the architects are willing to build it with compassion, one gentle, understanding moment at a time. And in the great, quiet library of the cosmos, that is the most beautiful story of all. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent, its viewports dark. But deep within its heart, something miraculous was beginning to bloom. It began with a traveler named Kalen, whose homeworld was a planet of perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent light. Kalen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting hues that danced across their skin, a language of color and gentle glow. When Kalen first stepped into the Starlight Haven, his skin was pale silver with nervousness, for he was far from home and utterly alone. He spent his first days restoring power to the station's old systems, not with clanking machinery, but by coaxing dormant light vines to grow along the walls. They responded to his presence, glowing softly and filling the halls with a warm, honey-colored radiance. Not long after, another visitor arrived, a being named Rin from a world of crystalline forests and singing stones. Rin's body was composed of delicate, interlocking facets that caught and refracted light into tiny rainbows. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of resonance that rippled through the air like music. When she first entered the station, she did so cautiously, her facets chiming a soft, questioning note. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kaelin, startled by the sudden musical presence, flushed a bright, alarmed crimson. Rin, interpreting the red as hostility, chimed a sharp, defensive chord. For a long moment they stood frozen in the corridor, one a canvas of worried color, the other a sculpture of wary music. Then Kaelin, remembering his people's teaching, when in doubt, offer light, softened his glow to a gentle, welcoming gold. Rin, in turn, recalled her own elder's wisdom. A stranger's song is just an unheard melody. She softened her chime to a low, humming warmth. It was not yet friendship, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, they explored the station together, each helping the other navigate this strange, shared territory. Kaelin showed Rin how the light vines could be encouraged to bloom in patterns that told stories. Rin taught Kaelin how the station's old crystal conduits could be gently tapped to produce soothing, harmonic tones. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between color and sound. Their greatest collaboration began in the station's central observatory, a vast, dome-ceilinged chamber with a panoramic view of the swirling nebula outside. The room had once been a garden, and though the plants had long since withered, the soil remained rich and waiting. Kaelin and Rin decided to revive it. Kaelin used his knowledge of bioluminescent flora to plant seeds that sprouted into soft, glowing blossoms, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, their petals shifting hue in response to emotion. Rin cultivated crystal shards that grew like plants, branching into delicate structures that hummed in the presence of starlight. Together, they created a garden where light and music lived in harmony. But their differences still sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelin arranged a cluster of blue light moss into what he thought was a clearly grateful pattern, a deep, steady azure meant to convey heartfelt thanks for Rin's help repairing a water recycler. Rin, however, saw the blue and heard only silence where she expected a musical response. In her culture, blue without sound signified sorrow or distance. She retreated to a corner of the garden, her facets dimming. Kaelin noticed her withdrawal, and his own glow flickered with confusion. He approached slowly, his skin shifting to a soft, questioning lavender. Rin chimed a minor key, tinged with confusion. For a time they simply stood there, two beings separated not by malice, but by mismatched meanings. Then Kaelin had an idea. He gently touched one of the singing crystals Rin had grown. It resonated with a clear, pure tone. He then gestured to his own chest, where his glow had settled into a calm, steady gold, the color of friendship in his people's language. He touched the crystal again, and this time Rin understood. She chimed the same tone back at him, while her facets brightened to catch and reflect his golden light. In that moment they realized they could create a new language, one of combined color and sound. Kaelin would glow a certain hue, and Rin would answer with a complementary harmony. Together they began to weave a dialogue more beautiful than either could have created alone. Their garden became a sanctuary, a place of shared quiet and growing understanding. In the evenings they would sit together beneath the observatory dome, watching distant stars bloom and fade in the velvet darkness. Kaelin's glow would soften to the gentle silver of contentment, while Rin's harmonics would lower to a soothing, continuous hum, like a lullaby sung by the universe itself. During one such evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting streaks of light, Rin chimed a sequence of notes that Kaelin had come to recognize as her story melody. He glowed an encouraging amber, and she began, through a combination of resonant tones and the patterns her refracted light cast on the walls, to tell him of her homeworld's belief that shooting stars were the laughter of the cosmos. Kalen listened, his colors shifting in fascination. When she finished, he responded with his own story, his skin blooming into swirling patterns of green and violet. He told of how his people believed the nebula outside was a great sleeping creature, dreaming the galaxies into being. Rin's facets shimmered as she absorbed the tale, her harmonic hum layering itself gently beneath the colors of his narrative. They learned that kindness needs no translation. When Kalen seemed tired, his glow fading to a weary gray, Rin would arrange the singing crystals to play a restful, resonant frequency that seemed to recharge his light. When Rin's harmonics grew discordant with frustration over a stubborn growth of dark crystal in one corner of the garden, Kalen would gently redirect the light vines to shine upon it, encouraging it to clear. One cycle, a minor systems failure caused the station's temperature to drop precipitously. Kalen, whose body generated its own warmth, barely noticed, but Rin's crystalline form began to contract with the cold, her harmonics growing faint and strained. Without a second thought, Kalen led her to the warmest part of the garden, where the light vines glowed brightest. He positioned himself near her, his own glow intensifying to a warm, rosy orange, radiating gentle heat. Rin's facets slowly warmed, her music returning to its normal, vibrant resonance. In thanks, she did not chime or sing, but simply leaned her cool, crystalline form against him, and in that quiet contact, everything was understood. The final test of their friendship came from an unexpected source. A deep space probe, long thought lost, drifted into range of the station. It was from Rin's homeworld, carrying messages and seeds from her family. The news should have brought joy, but instead, it carried a bittersweet melody. The probe's programming indicated it was on a return trajectory. It could carry her home. Rin's harmonics became a complex, sorrowful song. Kalen's glow dimmed to a muted blue. The thought of separation, now that they had built a world together, was a silent ache in the garden. For 3 days they communicated less, the garden growing quieter, the colors and sounds less vibrant. The easy companionship they had nurtured seemed overshadowed by the impending choice. On the 4th evening, as they watched the twin moons of a nearby gas giant rise in tandem, Kalen glowed a slow, deliberate pattern, a question he had never asked before. It was a sequence of gold and silver, interspersed with the deep blue of the nebula outside. It asked, without words, what makes a home? Rin was silent for a long time. Then she began to chime. It was not a song from her world, nor was it one she had ever chimed before. It was a new melody, woven from the harmonics of the garden's crystals and the memory of Kalen's colors. As she chimed, she used her facets to cast a pattern of light on the wall, a pattern that combined the swirling nebula of Kalen's stories with the star laughter of her own. The message was clear. Home was not a set of coordinates. Home was the space they had built together, the shared language of light and sound, the quiet understanding that transcended worlds. Kalen's glow brightened into a radiant, sunlit gold. Rin's chime rose into a clear, joyful chord. Together they drafted a response to the probe, not a request for passage, but a message of greeting, an invitation for dialogue between their peoples, and a data packet containing the patterns of their garden's growth. They sent it off with a combined wish, that their small sanctuary might one day become a beacon of connection for others. That night, as the station drifted peacefully through the star-dusted void, Kalen and Rin sat in their garden, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming crystals. Kalen's light pulsed in a slow, calm rhythm, the color of deep contentment. Rin's harmonics wove a soft, continuous melody around it, a song of belonging. They watched the stars, silent and together, two friends who had learned that the universe, for all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer when kindness becomes your compass. And in the Starlight haven, a garden of light and music flourished, a testament to the truth that friendship is the one language every heart understands. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like glittering snow, there lived two beings from different worlds. On the crystalline planet of Luminar, there was a gentle creature named Kalen, whose skin shimmered with the colors of his emotions, and whose long, slender fingers could weave light into soft, glowing patterns. On the rust-colored world of Veridia, there lived a small, round being named Rin, who communicated through melodic hums that vibrated with meaning, and whose feet left faint, phosphorescent trails wherever they walked. Their friendship began by accident, when both of their small exploration vessels were caught in the gentle pull of a wandering comet's tail and guided toward a forgotten asteroid. There, nestled within a crater veiled by curtains of slow-drifting cosmic dust, they found a place that would become their sanctuary. A vast, natural cavern whose walls were embedded with softly pulsing crystals that hummed in harmony with the distant stars. Kalen, upon first seeing Rin, had flushed a nervous silvery blue, his light-weaving fingers trembling. Rin, in turn, had emitted a low, warbling hum of caution. They were so different. Kalen expressed joy in bursts of gold and understanding in deep, calm violet. Rin expressed curiosity in a rising scale of notes and comfort in a steady, low thrum. They had no words in common, only the silent, vast language of the cosmos around them. Their first project was the garden. The cavern was beautiful but barren. Kalen, using his innate connection to light, gathered luminous mosses from the asteroid's surface and encouraged them to grow along the walls, their soft blue and green glow providing a gentle, perpetual twilight. Rin, whose humming could resonate with the vibrations of matter, coaxed dormant seeds from the asteroid's soil. Strange, bell-shaped flowers emerged, their petals chiming softly when the air shifted. Together they created a haven, a space station garden of otherworldly beauty, where light and sound lived in harmony. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen, feeling particularly fond, wove a complex tapestry of warm, orange light and floated it toward Rin as a gift. In Kalen's culture, this was the highest form of affection. But Rin, seeing the advancing orb of light, interpreted it as an aggressive gesture. On Veridia, sudden bright lights were warnings of predators. Rin let out a sharp, discordant shriek and retreated into a corner, their body trembling. Kalen immediately dimmed to a soft, confused gray. He had caused distress and his heart ached. He slowly sat down, a respectable distance away, and began to pulse a very slow, very gentle rhythm of pale lavender light, the color of apology and patience on luminar. For a long time, Rin just watched. Then tentatively a single, clear note emerged, a question. Kalen responded by shaping the lavender light into a simple, open circle. Rin understood. This was not an attack, it was an attempt to connect. A low, warm hum of forgiveness filled the cavern, and Rin slowly approached. They spent the rest of that cycle sitting side by side, Kalen occasionally pulsing a soft gold, Rin answering with a contented drone. They had learned their first true lesson about each other. Their favorite pastime was to climb to the highest point of their crystalline cave, where a natural opening framed a breathtaking view of the nebula outside. They would sit for hours, watching the great swirls of magenta and cerulean gas, the distant suns being born in silent, brilliant explosions, and the slow, graceful dance of planets around their stars. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly vibrant shower of meteors painted streaks of silver across the void, Kalen noticed Rin was unusually still. A faint, sad, grayish-pink hue was emanating from Rin's normally vibrant trail. Kalen understood loneliness when he saw it. He didn't weave a grand light or make a sound. Instead, he simply reached out one shimmering hand and placed it gently on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal beside Rin. Rin looked at the hand, then at Kalen's face, which was glowing with a steady, compassionate amber. In response, Rin began to hum a new melody, one Kalen had never heard. It was a song of longing for the red deserts and singing sands of home, a melody of missing one's own kind. Kalen listened, his colors shifting in empathy, and when the song was finished, he pointed a finger toward a particularly bright, steady star in the distance, the star that was Veridia's sun. Then he pointed to another, a twinkling blue one, for Luminar. Finally, he drew a slow, encompassing circle of soft white light around both of them, there in their shared cave. The message was clear: we are both far from home, but we are home for each other here. Rin's hum shifted into a tone of profound gratitude, and they leaned ever so slightly against Kaelin's side. In that moment there were no barriers of biology, no gaps in vocabulary. There was only the shared silence, the magnificent tapestry of the cosmos above, and the warm, unshakable certainty of friendship. They had built more than a garden or a shelter, they had built a bridge. A bridge made not of metal or code, but of patience, of laughter learned from missteps, of quiet companionship under alien stars. They had discovered that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a teleporter, but the simple, universal language of a kind heart. A language that needs no translation, that can be seen in a color, heard in a hum, and felt in the peaceful silence between two friends, forever connected across the starlit void. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose skin held the peculiar quality of changing with the seasons of their heart. When Rowan felt particularly small or uncertain, pale silver patterns would appear across their arms like frost on a window pane. When joy bubbled up unexpectedly, golden freckles would emerge like scattered pollen. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that faced east, where the first light of dawn would touch the garden each morning, a garden that seemed to respond to Rowan's unspoken feelings in the most mysterious ways. The cottage stood at the edge of a wood where the trees grew thick and friendly, their branches often bending low as if to listen. Rowan spent their days tending the garden, though they weren't entirely certain what they were growing. The soil itself seemed to know what was needed, pushing up shoots and leaves in response to Rowan's presence. When Rowan felt lonely, deep blue flowers with velvety petals would unfurl overnight. When patience was learned through watching a caterpillar inch its way along a fence post, vines would twist into intricate patterns along the garden walls. One morning, Rowan noticed something new emerging from the earth, a plant with tightly closed buds that shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. No matter how gently Rowan touched them or how much sunlight they received, the buds remained stubbornly closed. That same day, Rowan discovered that their fingertips had taken on a faint pearlescent sheen, and no amount of washing would remove it. This troubled Rowan, who preferred things to remain familiar and known. It was then that an elderly woman appeared at the garden gate, her presence as natural as the arrival of evening. She carried a basket woven from willow branches, and her eyes held the same shimmer as the closed buds in the garden. "Good morning," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I've come to see your remarkable garden." Rowan hesitated before opening the gate. "It's not really my garden," they confessed. "It grows what it wishes." "Perhaps it grows what you need," the woman replied, stepping inside. She introduced herself as Hazel, though Rowan had the distinct impression this wasn't her true name, but rather the name the moment required. Hazel moved through the garden with a quiet reverence, occasionally stopping to touch a leaf or smell a flower. When she reached the closed buds, she simply smiled. "Ah," she said softly. "The understanding flowers, they won't open until you do." Rowan looked at their shimmering fingertips. "Everything seems to be changing," they murmured. "Even me." Hazel took Rowan's hand gently. "Change is the garden's way of teaching us what we're becoming," she said. "These marks aren't something to wash away. They are the beginning of a story written on your skin." Over the following days, Hazel returned each morning. She never offered direct advice, but rather asked questions that settled in Rowan's mind like seeds in fertile soil. "What does the garden need today?" she might ask, or "What color would you paint the sky if you could choose?" Under her gentle guidance, Rowan began to notice small wonders. The silver patterns on their arms faded slightly when they remembered to breathe deeply while watering the plants. The golden freckles lasted longer on days when they took time to watch the bees moving from flower to flower. One afternoon, while carefully transplanting a seedling that had sprouted in a crowded patch of earth, Rowan noticed that one of the understanding flowers had cracked open ever so slightly, revealing a glimpse of violet light within. "That's the first small victory," Hazel remarked from where she sat knitting with yarn the color of moss. "Understanding begins with making space for something new to grow." As the moon cycled through its phases, Rowan's changes became more pronounced. When they helped a lost bird find its way back to its nest, their hair began to show streaks that shifted between the soft gray of dawn and the deep blue of twilight. When they patiently taught themselves to play a melody on the old flute they found in the cottage, musical notes appeared along their collarbone, visible only when sunlight struck them at just the right angle. The garden responded in kind. Flowers began to bloom in colors Rowan had never seen before, a particular shade of green that seemed to contain entire forests, a blue that held the memory of oceans, a yellow that warmed the air around it. The understanding flowers slowly continued their opening, each bud revealing itself only after Rowan had experienced some new insight or overcome a small fear. One evening, as fireflies danced in the lavender twilight, Hazel and Rowan sat together on the stone bench near the cottage. "I feel like I'm becoming someone else," Rowan confessed, watching the light patterns move across their skin. "Sometimes it's frightening." Hazel nodded slowly. "Have you ever watched a caterpillar become a butterfly?" she asked. Rowan shook their head. "The caterpillar doesn't know it's going to become a butterfly," Hazel explained. "It only knows it must build a home around itself, a cocoon, and wait in the darkness. It doesn't understand what's happening as its body changes, as it becomes something entirely new, but the transformation was always there, waiting inside." She pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a nearby branch, glimmering in the fading light. "You're in your cocoon time, Rowan. The changes you see aren't making you someone else. They're helping you become more truly yourself." That night, Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in the earth, of cocoons holding miracles, of eggs containing entire worlds. In the dream, they themselves were a seed, comfortable in the dark soil, feeling the potential within, waiting for the right moment to sprout. The next morning, Rowan woke to find that their skin had taken on the appearance of stained glass, with patterns of light and color moving just beneath the surface. For the first time, instead of fear, Rowan felt curiosity. They spent the day observing how different emotions affected the patterns, how contentment created swirls of forest green, how wonder brought forth specks of starlight, how gratitude painted edges of gold around everything. The understanding flowers had opened fully while Rowan slept, revealing blossoms that changed color depending on how the light touched them. Their fragrance was unlike anything else in the garden. It smelled of rain-soaked earth, of old books, of freshly baked bread, of all the comforting things that ever were. Hazel arrived carrying a small, wrapped package. "Today is a day for celebrating transformations," she announced. She led Rowan to the center of the garden where the oldest tree stood, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. From her basket, she produced a blanket woven from fabrics of every color, which she spread upon the ground. Then she handed Rowan the package. Inside was a mirror with a frame carved to look like twisting vines. "Look," Hazel said gently. Rowan hesitated before raising the mirror. The person looking back was both familiar and new. Their eyes held galaxies of understanding that hadn't been there before. Their skin told stories in color and light. Their very presence seemed to radiate a soft glow. "I don't look like I used to," Rowan whispered. "You don't," Hazel agreed. "But doesn't the seed look different from the flower? Doesn't the caterpillar look different from the butterfly? Different isn't less, it's more." As Rowan watched in the mirror, a remarkable thing happened. A pattern of wings began to emerge across their shoulders, not physical wings, but something made of light and color, visible only as a shimmer in the air around them. "The garden has been teaching you all along," Hazel said softly. "Teaching you that change isn't something to fear, but something to grow with. That becoming who we are is a gentle metamorphosis that happens in its own time, in its own way." Rowan looked around at the garden, which now bloomed with flowers that hadn't existed a season before, with colors that couldn't be named, with scents that told stories without words. The understanding flowers nodded in the breeze, their petals shifting through every color of the rainbow. "Will the changes stop?" Rowan asked. Hazel smiled. "Does the garden ever stop growing? Does the river ever stop flowing? Your changes will continue because you continue. Each new understanding will paint itself upon you. Each new kindness will bloom in your garden. Each fear overcome will add another note to the music you carry." She stood and brushed off her skirts. "My work here is done," she said. "You've learned to listen to the changes instead of fearing them. You've learned that transformation is just another word for growing." Rowan looked at Hazel properly for the first time, really looked, and noticed that the old woman seemed to be made of the same shifting light that now characterized the garden. Her form seemed to be blending with the sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Will I see you again?" Rowan asked. Hazel's smile was like the first warm day of spring. "I was never really here," she said gently. "I'm the part of you that knew how to grow. I'm the voice that remembers that change is beautiful. I'm the understanding that was waiting to bloom." And with those words, Hazel dissolved into a shower of light that settled over the garden like dew. Rowan stood alone in the garden, but didn't feel lonely. The understanding flowers glowed softly, their light pulsing in time with Rowan's heartbeat. The patterns on Rowan's skin shifted and danced, telling the story of a person learning to embrace transformation. That evening, Rowan sat on the cottage steps as stars began to pepper the sky. A moth landed on their knee, its wings patterned with eyes that seemed to watch the world with gentle curiosity. Rowan smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. The garden had grown quiet in the twilight, but Rowan could feel it breathing, could feel themselves breathing with it. The changes no longer felt strange or frightening. They felt like belonging, like coming home to a self that had been waiting to be discovered. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the valley, Rowan noticed new shoots pushing through the soil near the cottage foundation, the beginning of whatever would grow next. The understanding flowers had produced seeds that glowed with soft light, ready to be planted wherever new understanding was needed. Rowan knew this wasn't an ending. It was a different kind of beginning, the beginning of living in harmony with change, of welcoming each new manifestation as a chapter in an ongoing story. The cocoon time was over, but the becoming would continue, as natural as sunrise, as inevitable as spring, as comforting as the knowledge that we all contain multitudes waiting to be discovered. And in the quiet of the night, with the garden dreaming around them and the stars keeping watch above, Rowan understood that the most beautiful transformations are the ones that never truly end, but simply unfold into new possibilities, like petals opening to welcome the light. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between two softly sloping hills, lay the village of Stillwater, where the river moved with such gentleness that it seemed to breathe rather than flow. Here lived a boy named Rowan, whose nature was as quiet as the place he called home. He moved through his days with a gentle hesitance, speaking in murmurs and stepping with such care that he rarely left footprints in the damp earth. Rowan's home stood at the very edge of the village, where the cultivated gardens gradually surrendered to the wild woods. Behind his cottage stretched a garden that had long been sleeping, a tangle of gray vines and brittle stems, where colors had faded to memory and fragrance had surrendered to the crisp scent of undisturbed air. It was a place that mirrored something deep within Rowan himself, a landscape waiting patiently for a reason to awaken. The first change came on an evening when the moon hung like a silver button in the dusky sky. Rowan had spent the afternoon feeling particularly unseen, his words lost even before they left his lips. As he walked through the dormant garden, his fingertips brushing against the sleeping plants, he noticed something peculiar. Where his shadow fell across a patch of earth, tiny silver sprouts pushed through the soil, unfurling into flowers that glowed with the soft light of fireflies. When he stepped away, they faded back into the earth, leaving no trace behind. The next morning he discovered that his skin had developed delicate patterns resembling moth wings, silvery lines that shifted and shimmered when he moved. They were beautiful yet strange, and Rowan found himself wearing long sleeves even in the warmth of spring, fearful of what these changes might mean. It was then that the gardener appeared. Her name was Alara, though nobody in the village could quite remember when she had arrived or where she lived. She simply seemed to exist where she was needed, her hands always carrying the rich scent of soil and her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient trees. She found Rowan staring at his reflection in the still pond behind his cottage, tracing the patterns on his arms with trembling fingers. "Nothing in nature apologizes for its transformations," she said, her voice like wind moving through pine needles. "The caterpillar doesn't beg forgiveness for becoming a butterfly." Rowan started, pulling his sleeves down self-consciously. "But these changes, they're not normal." Alara smiled, her wrinkles deepening around her eyes like rings around an ancient tree. "Normal is simply what we've grown accustomed to. Come, let me show you something." She led him to a corner of the sleeping garden where a single rose bush stood, its branches bare except for one remarkable flower that seemed woven from moonlight. "This garden responds to what grows within you," she explained. "The changes you're experiencing aren't happening to you, they're happening through you." Over the following weeks, Alara became Rowan's gentle guide. She taught him that the garden was a reflection of his inner landscape, and that his physical transformations were simply the visible manifestation of his emotional growth. When he felt small and unnoticed, pale mushrooms would appear in circles around the oak trees. When a spark of curiosity flickered within him, unusual plants with leaves like stained glass would emerge along the pathways. The mothwing patterns on his skin, Alara explained, were merely the beginning, nature's way of preparing him for a beautiful unfolding. "You are like a seed that has been waiting in the dark earth," she told him one afternoon as they sat near the pond. "All seeds must break open before they can grow toward the light." Rowan's first small victory came during a village gathering. Normally he would hover at the edges, a silent observer of conversations and laughter. But that day he noticed a young girl sitting alone, looking as out of place as he often felt. Gathering his courage, he approached and offered her one of the luminous flowers that now grew reliably in his pockets. Her face brightened, and as they talked, Rowan felt a warmth spread through his chest. When he returned home that evening, he found that a section of the garden had burst into bloom, not with the silver flowers that appeared with his uncertainty, but with blossoms of soft gold that turned their faces toward the setting sun. The patterns on his arms had deepened, now resembling the intricate veins of leaves rather than moth wings. His transformations continued through the seasons. During a period when Rowan struggled with understanding a complex concept in his studies, colors would shift throughout the garden, petals turning from blue to violet as his frustration mounted, then settling into brilliant sapphire when comprehension finally dawned. The air itself seemed to shimmer with new understanding, and Rowan noticed that his own thoughts felt clearer, as if the garden was helping to untangle the knots in his mind. One rainy afternoon, Alara found Rowan watching a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. The cocoon trembled slightly, evidence of the struggle occurring within. "Does it hurt?" Rowan asked quietly. "Changing so completely." "All meaningful growth requires some discomfort," Alara answered, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. "But nature is never in a hurry. The caterpillar knows exactly when it's time to become something new, and it takes exactly as long as it needs. As summer deepened, Rowan found himself spending more time in the garden, tending to the plants that now responded to his presence. Where he felt confidence growing, vibrant red flowers would unfold like tiny celebrations. When he experienced moments of peace, the entire garden would exhale a sweet fragrance that lingered in the air for hours. The patterns on his skin had spread across his back and shoulders, forming a tapestry of silver and green that shifted with his emotions. The village children began visiting the garden, drawn by rumors of its magical transformations. At first, Rowan hid, uncertain of how to explain the changes occurring within him and his surroundings. But one day, a little girl with wide eyes asked if he could make the rainbow flowers appear. Taking a deep breath, Rowan focused on the joy he felt in sharing this space, and as he did, a patch of flowers bloomed in cascading colors that flowed like liquid light. The children's delighted laughter became a regular sound in the garden, and Rowan discovered that his ability to nurture the magical plants grew stronger when he shared them with others. The silver patterns on his skin developed subtle golden edges, shimmering when he felt connected to those around him. Alara watched these developments with quiet satisfaction. "You're learning the language of growth," she told him one evening as fireflies danced above the pond. "Not just for yourself, but for others as well." As autumn approached, Rowan noticed that Alara's visits became less frequent. When he mentioned this, she simply smiled. "Mentors are like scaffolding for growing plants, necessary for a time, but the strongest growth happens when the support is removed." The final transformation began on the first day of autumn. Rowan woke with a restless energy, a sense that something significant was approaching. The garden seemed to feel it too. The plants were unusually still, as if holding their breath. The patterns on his skin had spread across his entire body, and they glowed with a soft inner light. That afternoon, as golden leaves drifted from the trees, Rowan walked to the center of the garden, where a circle of white stones marked a special space. He realized that he was no longer afraid of the changes happening to him. Instead, he felt a profound sense of rightness, as if he were finally becoming who he was always meant to be. As he stood in the stone circle, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The silver and gold patterns on his skin began to shimmer more brightly until he was enveloped in a soft light. He felt not pain but a profound release, like a seed finally breaking open after a long winter or a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. When the light faded, Rowan found that the patterns had transformed into delicate, functional wings that shimmered with every color in the garden. They weren't separate from him but an extension of his very being, beautiful and natural. With a thought he could make them flutter, stirring the air with the sound of rustling leaves. The garden responded in celebration. Flowers of every hue bloomed simultaneously, their fragrances mingling into a symphony of scent. Trees heavy with fruit seemed to bow in acknowledgement. The entire space had awakened completely, no longer reflecting his inner world but existing in harmony with it. Alara appeared one last time, her form barely substantial in the twilight. "You've learned the most important lesson," she said, her voice like distant wind chimes. "That transformation isn't something to fear, but something to embrace, the continuous, beautiful process of becoming." Rowan noticed that she seemed to be fading, blending into the garden itself. "Will I see you again?" he asked. Her laughter echoed like falling water. "I was never separate from this place, just as you aren't separate from the changes within you. Look for me in the opening buds, in the shifting colors, in the quiet understanding that grows between heartbeats." With those words, she dissolved into the evening air, leaving behind only the scent of rain on dry earth. Rowan didn't feel alone, though. He felt connected to the garden, to the village, to the endless cycle of growth and change that defined all living things. His wings, he discovered, allowed him to communicate with the plants in ways he never thought possible. He could understand their needs, encourage their growth, and help them thrive through the coming winter. The villagers, rather than fearing his transformation, celebrated it. They recognized that Rowan's changes had brought beauty and magic to their corner of the world. Children would ask to see his wings shimmer in the sunlight, and he would show them how different emotions created different patterns of light. Joy sparked gold, contentment glowed silver, love radiated soft rose. On the first morning of winter, Rowan stood in the garden, his wings wrapped around him like a cloak. The plants slept beneath a blanket of snow, but he could feel their potential waiting beneath the surface, the promise of spring already stirring in their roots. He realized that his transformation hadn't ended with the appearance of his wings. It was simply a new beginning, the start of a lifelong journey of growth and discovery. Like the garden he tended, he would continue to change with the seasons, always unfolding, always becoming. As the stars emerged in the twilight sky, Rowan spread his wings and felt the gentle tug of the night breeze. He didn't fly away but remained grounded, his feet firmly planted in the earth he loved. He had learned that the most beautiful transformations aren't about becoming someone else, but about becoming more fully yourself. The garden slept around him, holding its breath before the next awakening, and Rowan understood that every ending is simply a new beginning in disguise. The embers of today always contain the seeds of tomorrow, and in the quiet spaces between what was and what will be, there is always the comfort of continuous becoming. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the Whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. Fireflies don't burn leaves, she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. Moon moth silk, he declared. Only night gardeners weave it. Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. I borrowed the crown, she confessed, voice like rustling petals. The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge. Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. Frogs don't wear crowns, giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. He admitted, scratching his head. Thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box. Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion? Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin. Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. Change is the Vala's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone, she said softly. It seems unchanging, but look closer. She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around. Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen. He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. The whispering glade, Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. Grandmother used to say it's a place where the Vala's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. Listen, she murmured. Not just with your ears, feel the forest breathe. As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. All right, Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. What do I do? Just be, Mara suggested. Let the glade feel you as you feel it. Kalen plopped down onto the moss. Yeah, maybe try not trying. Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelin's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him. more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sila's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The fire crackles softly, my dear listeners, a little pocket of warmth in the vast, star-dusted night. Come, draw a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring dragons or thundering battles, but of a quieter kind of magic. It is a story about a girl, a fox, and a feather that glowed like a captured ember. Our story begins in a small, quiet house at the edge of a great, whispering wood. In this house lived a girl named Anya, who had a heart as soft as thistledown, and a habit of feeling a little bit lost in the wide, noisy world. While other children's laughter rang out like clear bells, Anya's was a gentle, rustling sound, like leaves brushing against a window pane. She often felt she was on the outside of things, looking in at a party she hadn't been invited to. One evening, as a silver twilight settled over the land, Anya was curled in the window seat of the attic, a place that smelled of cedar and forgotten things. She was tracing patterns in the dust on the glass when she saw it, a flicker of russet movement at the tree line. It was a fox, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn oak leaves, and one of its ears had a distinctive, charming notch, as if it had been nicked by a thorn. But most astonishing of all, held gently in its mouth, was a single long feather that pulsed with a soft, warm, golden light, like the last breath of a sunset or the heart of a friendly fire. The fox didn't run. It stood perfectly still, its dark, intelligent eyes fixed on Anya's in the window. Then with a slow, deliberate blink, it turned and trotted into the deep shadows of the wood, the glowing feather a tiny, bobbing lantern in the gathering dark. A strange and gentle curiosity, warm as a sip of chamomile tea, unfurled within Anya. It wasn't a command, but an invitation. Slipping on her worn leather boots and her thick, woolly cloak, she crept out of the silent house and followed. The forest at night was a different world, a tapestry woven from shadow and silver moonlight. The air was cool and carried the rich, damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. Fallen pine needles muffled her footsteps, creating a hush so deep she could hear the rustle of a moth's wings and the distant, liquid gurgle of a hidden stream. Above, the branches of ancient trees laced together, creating a ceiling through which fragments of the starry sky winked like scattered diamonds. And always just ahead was the fox, a silent guide. The feather in its mouth cast a small, warm pool of light, illuminating twisted roots so she wouldn't trip, and painting the undersides of ferns in shades of gold. It was a quiet, patient journey. The fox would pause sometimes, turning its head to ensure she followed, its eyes holding a deep, ancient knowing. Anya, who was so used to feeling invisible, felt truly seen for the first time. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until they came to a place where the trees grew so close together they formed a living wall, tangled with ivy and night-blooming jasmine, whose white flowers looked like fallen stars and filled the air with a heavy, sweet perfume. The fox stopped before this wall and, with a soft nudge of its nose, pushed aside a curtain of ivy that Anya would have never noticed. Behind it was a narrow entrance, just wide enough for a girl and a fox to slip through. On the other side, Anya caught her breath. It was a hidden glen, a secret heart nestled within the forest. A small, perfectly round lake lay in its center, its surface so still it held a perfect reflection of the full moon, a second, silver world resting in the water. All around the lake's edge grew flowers that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, pale blue, gentle violet, and soft green. They weren't bright or garish, but cast a dreamlike radiance that made the entire clearing feel like a place outside of time. And in the center of the lake, on the reflection of the moon itself, sat a small, graceful boat shaped like a curled leaf, seemingly woven from living willow branches. The fox walked to the water's edge and carefully laid the glowing feather at Anya's feet. Then it looked from the feather to the boat and back to her. The message was clear, though not a single word had been spoken. Hesitantly, Anya picked up the feather. It was warm to the touch, and the moment her fingers closed around its shaft, the light within it brightened, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. It felt familiar. It felt like a piece of herself she hadn't known was missing. She stepped into the leaf boat, which rocked gently but held her weight as surely as a mother's arms. The fox leaped in after her, settling at the bow, its tail curled neatly over its paws. No oar touched the water. Instead, the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the mirrored surface, its passage leaving only the faintest, shimmering ripples that distorted the starry reflection for a moment before settling back into perfect clarity. As they drifted, the mystery of this place began to softly unfold. From the glowing flowers on the bank, tiny, wispy forms emerged. They were not quite fairies, not quite spirits, but something in between, little beings of light and pollen, with wings like dragonflies and faces shaped from petals. They hummed a quiet, harmonious tune that vibrated in the air, a sound that felt like the forest itself breathing. They floated around the boat, their light mingling with the glow of Anya's feather, and she felt no fear, only a profound and peaceful wonder. One of the little light beings, bolder than the rest, alighted on the edge of the boat near her hand. It was trembling slightly. Anya saw that one of its delicate, glowing wings was torn and tattered, and it couldn't fly properly, only hop and flutter sadly. The other light beings hummed around it, their song taking on a note of concern. Anya's heart ached for the little creature. Without a second thought, acting on an instinct as natural as breathing, she reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out a small sewing kit she always carried, a habit from quieter afternoons. Using the tiniest needle and a thread as fine as a spider's silk, she began, with painstaking care, to mend the torn wing. Her hands, which she so often thought were clumsy and useless, were now steady and sure. The fox watched, its head tilted, and the feather in her lap glowed a little brighter, warming her knees. When she was done, the little being flexed its mended wing. A joyful, silvery chime rang out from it, and it zipped into the air, dancing and looping with pure delight. The hum of the other beings swelled into a chorus of gratitude. They didn't speak in words, but Anya felt their thanks wash over her like a warm wave. It was a small act, a tiny stitch in the great tapestry of the night, but in that moment she understood that her quiet kindness, the very thing that made her feel different, was a magic all its own. The boat completed its slow journey across the lake, coming to rest on the far shore. Anya stepped out, the fox at her side. Before them stood an ancient, gnarled willow tree, its branches sweeping down to touch the ground like a curtain. As they approached, the branches rustled and parted of their own accord, revealing a hollow within the massive trunk. Inside the hollow, resting on a bed of velvety moss, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The fox nudged her gently towards it. Anya knelt, the glowing feather still clasped in her hand, and opened the box. It was empty save for a single perfect downy feather, identical to the one she held, though this one was dark and dormant. And in that silent, holy moment, she understood the gentle mystery. The box was not meant to hold a treasure. It was a place of giving. The fox, her unexpected friend, had been a guide, not to a prize for her to take, but to a place where her own inner light was needed. The feather she held was not a gift for her, but a gift from her, a light to be shared. Slowly, reverently, she placed the glowing feather she had carried into the empty box. The moment it touched the mossy interior, its light flowed out, seeping into the wood and the earth, and the dormant feather beside it began to glow with the same soft, golden radiance. The light spread through the roots of the great willow, tracing veins of gold through the bark and out into the glen, making the flowers glow a little brighter and the lake shimmer with a new, inner luminescence. She had not found a magic object. She had been the magic. Her quiet courage in following, her gentle hands in mending, her kind heart that felt another's pain, these were the embers that had brought the light. The journey had transformed her as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away her doubt and leaving behind the strong, steady glow of self-worth. The fox rubbed its head against her hand, its fur impossibly soft, and let out a soft, chuffing sound that was the fox equivalent of a contented sigh. Then it picked up the newly glowing feather from the box, and together they left the hidden glen, the willow branches whispering closed behind them. The journey back through the moonlit forest felt different. Anya was no longer following, she was walking alongside her friend. She noticed things she had missed before, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the shy eyes of an owl watching from a high branch, the way the moonlight painted silver pathways on the forest floor. She felt a part of it all, connected and whole. When they reached the edge of the wood, the fox stopped. It placed the glowing feather once more at her feet, but this time Anya knew she was not to keep it. She knelt and stroked the soft fur between its notched ears. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice the softest rustle in the night. The fox blinked its slow, deliberate blink once more, then turned and vanished into the shadows, the feather's light disappearing with it, leaving only the silver moonlight and the distant, comforting crackle of the hearth fire from her home. Anya slipped back into the quiet house and up to the attic window. She looked out at the forest, which now seemed not a place of shadows, but a friend holding its own beautiful secrets. She didn't feel lost anymore. She felt like she had found a missing piece of herself, a quiet, steady light that would always glow within her, a warmth to carry through any lonely day. And so, my dear listeners, as the fire burns down to embers and the stars continue their slow, silent dance outside your window, remember Anya's story. Remember that the smallest acts of courage and kindness are a powerful magic. Remember that the most unexpected friendships can warm the coldest corners of the heart. And know that within you, too, there is a light that glows, steady and true, ready to be shared with the world when it is needed most. Now close your eyes. Let the peace of the hidden glen settle over you. Feel the soft moss beneath you, hear the gentle lap of the water, see the friendly, glowing flowers. You are safe. You are loved. You are enough. Let your breathing become as slow and deep as the sleeping forest, and drift into dreams, curled as safely and contentedly as a fox in its den. The night watches over you. Sleep.